Concealed for 2 millennia, the ultimate secrets lying under the Vatican possess the potential to alter the narrative of human existence. In the hushed passages beneath St. Peter's, where faint firelight dances across sealed archives and prohibited manuscripts, are accounts the world was never intended to discover, fragments of a history too immense, too unfamiliar to ever be shared openly. This is not a story of folklore, but of memory itself, a legend carved in cold rock and perfect stillness. If you enjoy fictional Vatican enigmas of this kind, remember to subscribe. So settle down, close your eyes, and allow us to descend into history's forgotten vaults. Moonlight swept over the great domes of the Vatican, bathing St. Peter's Square in a pale silver sheen. The entire city was still, quiet, as if it were holding its breath. Somewhere far beneath the immense basilica, past marble flooring and gilded shrines, an elderly man moved carefully through the deep shadows. His name was Father Lorenzo, and for over 4 decades he had functioned as one of the Vatican's key archivists. Few outside the ancient city walls even knew his unique post existed. His purpose was not to instruct or to preach, but to stand guard over what could never be spoken, the Church's truly forgotten memories. That night he sensed an undefined heaviness. The air deep below the basilica felt colder than normal. Carrying the aroma of aged stone and time, he advanced deliberately, holding a small lantern. Its fragile light illuminated the contours of sculpted entranceways and forgotten Latin engravings, each one murmuring a small piece of history. He had read them countless times, yet they always seemed to subtly change under the lamp's wavering glow, as though the very walls yearned to speak. Lorenzo paused before a locked iron gate. It had not been disturbed in decades, perhaps even centuries. Beyond it extended the most ancient sector of the archives, known to a privileged few as the Vault of Silence. His old mentor had once told him that the Vatican did not fear false doctrine, it feared recollection. He had never truly grasped those words until this very moment. He slid the bolt on the gate, and the sound echoed through the entire corridor like a massive bell submerged under stone. The instant the hinges moaned open, he noticed a strange detail. The floor beneath his worn shoes was uneven, a segment of marble that did not match the surrounding pattern. He knelt down and gently brushed away the accumulation of dust. There, faint and almost worn smooth by the passage of time, was a symbol, an archaic cross that was not religious, predating any church. The flame of the lantern wavered. He traced the lines with his fingertips, realizing they formed a navigational chart rather than a mere marker, a hidden route beneath St. Peter's Basilica. The map pointed sharply downward toward an area labelled Locus Primus, the original place. Lorenzo's heart began to beat slowly. This was no simple storage room. Whatever lay far beneath had been completely sealed off long before the Vatican was constructed above it. He glanced around the silent corridor as if expecting an observer to emerge from the surrounding darkness. No one came. The air felt much heavier, pressing sharply against his chest, and he whispered a quiet prayer, not out of simple fright, but reverence. He understood that if he followed this route, he risked uncovering something the church itself had decided to bury. As he turned to depart, he detected a soft noise, a steady rhythmic drop of water echoing from the deeper tunnels. Yet there was no known source of water beneath the basilica. The sound slowly intensified, like a deep heartbeat deep beneath the earth. Lorenzo lifted his lantern higher. For the briefest fraction of a second he thought he perceived movement in the distant corridor, a swift shadow that absolutely should not have been there. Then the light flickered and everything became completely still. The magnificent bells of St. Peter's had long since fallen silent. When Father Lorenzo returned to his private quarters, his candle flickered, casting slow dancing shadows along the walls lined with towering stacks of books and maps. Every niche and corner of the room seemed to be alive with the weight of memory. Shelves filled with brittle, fading manuscripts, tiny drawers stuffed with ancient coins, notes scribbled in his meticulous handwriting. Yet tonight, none of these could capture his attention. His mind was still trapped within the vault of silence, replaying the image of that bizarre symbol carved into the smooth marble floor. He settled at his desk, opened his private journal, and began to write. The soft, continuous scratching of his pen was the only sound in the intense stillness. He recorded every single detail, the mysterious map concealed within the symbol, the faint sound of dripping water in the blackness, the eerie presence that appeared to move when no one was nearby. For most people, it would have seemed like the simple, overactive imagination of an old man. But Lorenzo had served the Vatican long enough to understand that profound truth often disguises itself behind the guise of myth. Outside, the moon slipped behind a dense cloud, and the light in his room abruptly dimmed. The air suddenly felt colder and heavier. His candle flame bent dramatically in a swift gust. Even though the window was securely shut, he rose slowly, genuinely unsure whether it was a natural night breeze or something entirely unseen that had disturbed the small flame. He recalled the words of his mentor once again. The Vatican does not fear false doctrine. It fears recollection. A quiet, muffled knock sounded on his chamber door. It was the specific kind of hesitant knock one makes when they actively wish to remain unheard. Lorenzo waited a long moment before finally answering. Standing there was a young priest, Father Matteo. His wide eyes filled with obvious anxiety. He whispered that a small restoration team working in the deepest archives had just uncovered something hidden behind a recently removed false wall. Something they were instantly ordered never to discuss. Lorenzo's pulse quickened noticeably. He followed Matteo through twisting, turning corridors lit only by weak electric lamps that hummed continuously. The walls were adorned with imposing portraits of past popes, each one watching with painted eyes that seemed to track their every movement. Deep beneath the basilica, past the sealed gate he had opened only hours before, the two men stopped before the new discovery. The wall had been painstakingly broken open, revealing a tight doorway leading even deeper underground. The heavy air smelled distinctly of wet stone and immense age. Lorenzo lifted his lantern, and its flickering light fell upon an ancient wooden door bound firmly with rusted iron. Etched deeply into it was the identical symbol he had found earlier, but now he could see it with clarity. It was older than Latin, older even than Hebrew. Matteo quickly made the sign of the cross. "What language is that?" he asked with a soft voice. Lorenzo stared for a lengthy moment before providing an answer. "It is no language I recognize," he said, "and that is what causes me genuine fear." Somewhere from behind the heavy door came a faint noise, like the quiet turning of a single page. Though absolutely no one stood nearby, the candlelight trembled once more, and the aging archivist whispered a prayer into the surrounding darkness, realizing that the deep secrets under the Vatican were finally no longer dormant. The dense air in the corridor seemed to press even closer as Father Lorenzo and Father Matteo stood immobile before the iron-bound door. The flickering flame of the lantern trembled, casting a soft golden light across the strange carved surface. The bizarre markings shimmered as if they were moving, forming curves that twisted and merged into one another, looking more like intricate constellations than formal writing. For an extended period, neither man spoke. Then Matteo inquired, almost in a hushed tone, if they should call for the restoration team immediately. Lorenzo shook his head slowly. "Not yet," he murmured. "Some doors are best opened quietly." With great care, he reached out and touched the frigid metal. It vibrated subtly beneath his probing fingers, like the taut surface of a massive drum. When he pressed gently, the ancient hinges gave a long, audible sigh. Ancient and weary, the door slowly creaked inward to expose a small, confined chamber lined with shelves made entirely of stone. Dust hung heavily and thick in the stagnant air. There were absolutely no holy relics, no golden chalices, only stacks of scrolls neatly sealed with dark, brittle wax that had cracked from extreme age. Each wax seal bore the same obscure emblem, an open eye positioned above a simple cross. Lorenzo lifted one of the scrolls very carefully. The parchment was extremely brittle, but the black ink glimmered faintly under the lantern light. What truly startled him was the actual script. It was not Latin, nor Greek, nor any known dialect recorded anywhere in the immense archives. The letters were elegant and gracefully curling, reminiscent of something only half remembered, like a strange dream from a distant life. Matteo leaned in closer, his voice visibly unsteady. "Do you understand what it says?" Lorenzo shook his head with slow deliberation. "But I have seen something similar before," he said. "Years ago, in a text that was never supposed to exist." He recalled a forbidden document, locked securely within the private collection of the Vatican library, a fragile parchment rumoured to have originated in Alexandria before the Great Fire destroyed it. He had read only a single page before his superior sealed it away permanently. The same intricate looping script had danced across the surface, written in what was described as the very language of the original believers. Matteo frowned deeply. "You mean the early Christians?" Lorenzo paused. "Earlier," he whispered. "Much earlier." He turned the scroll over with immense care, and a small corner flaked away completely, revealing a fragment of an illustration. Underneath, the faint outline of a Chares temple, neither Roman nor Hebrew, constructed in a perfect circle with 7 identical arches. At its centre stood a unique symbol of the sun enclosed carefully within a human hand. The 2 priests stared into the silence. It was not merely a record of religious faith. It was something far older, something that could completely reshape the very foundations of human history. A distant, faint echo drifted back through the corridor, a sound exactly like footsteps hastily retreating down the long stone passage. They were absolutely not alone. Matteo spun around instantly, his face deathly pale. "Who else knows we are here?" "No one," Lorenzo said softly. But even as he spoke the words, the lantern light flickered, and a faint voice whispered from the deep, dark, soft, ancient, and filled with an immense sorrow. The voice spoke only one word: "Remember." The single word lingered in the still, dense air like a final breath that utterly refused to dissipate. Remember. It echoed softly through the stone corridor, enveloping the 2 priests until it was impossible to discern whether the sound had originated from within the small chamber or from somewhere far beyond the physical walls. Father Matteo gripped the edge of his time-worn robe, his eyes nervously darting through the dim light. Father Lorenzo remained silent. He simply held the lantern higher, its small flame trembling as if genuinely fearful of the deep silence itself. They took steps deeper into the chamber. Dust stirred gently beneath their feet, rising in slow, careful spirals that shimmered like fine mist. Along the rear wall stood a marble altar covered thinly with a layer of soot. A bronze crucifix rested upon its surface, yet something about it was noticeably different. The figure of Christ was entirely missing, only the empty cross remained, and behind it, carved directly into the cold stone, was the identical open eye they had observed on the fragile scrolls. Lorenzo's voice was barely a whisper. "This is older than the basilica, older even than the first church." He ran his careful hand along the wall, feeling the faint, lingering warmth of the ancient carving beneath his palm. This entire place was built to actively remember something, or perhaps to hide it entirely. Matteo quickly took a step backward. "Father, we must inform the Curia." This is beyond our specific work. Lorenzo turned to him slowly. His eyes were calm but immensely heavy. The eyes of a man who had existed too long with profound silence. If we inform them, they will seal it up again immediately, and no one will ever truly know what we found. History will forever remain chained beneath this cold floor. He bent down and picked up a small clay tablet that had fallen from one of the shelves. The faded markings on it were subtle but perfectly clear, a map composed of concentric circles radiating outward from a single distinct point. St. Peter's Basilica. At the outermost ring was a complex series of symbols resembling stars, and in the centre a single word written in that same unknown script. Lorenzo's lips moved as he traced. "It says Genesis," he murmured, "but not the version we know." The lantern's weak light flickered again, dimming severely until their faces were barely distinguishable. Then, without any warning, the small flame went out completely, plunging them into absolute darkness. For an extended moment they stood frozen. Then Matteo struck a match with violently shaking hands, and the tiny spark immediately illuminated the chamber once more. Lorenzo stared intensely at the tablet in his hands. The word had noticeably changed. The lines seemed to fluidly shift like sand underwater, and now there were two clear words written across the centre. He could read them perfectly clearly. Human origin. The match burned down quickly to Matteo's fingers, and he dropped it with an audible gasp. Darkness instantly returned. Somewhere in that blackness, the sound of a slow, deliberate breath came from directly behind them. Someone or something standing in the room that had been sealed for centuries. The breath was low and steady, almost perfectly human, yet there was something in its specific rhythm that caused the hairs on Father Matteo's neck to sharply rise. The match's final ember died at his feet, leaving only the sound of air moving through the chamber like the tide rolling into a vast cave. Father Lorenzo did not utter a word. His fingers tightened forcefully around the clay tablet until it felt as if the fragile relic might shatter completely in his hands. Then, softly, he whispered a prayer, not one prompted by fear, but by memory. The lantern sputtered instantly back to life once more, as if actively obeying his words. Its flame glowed weakly, bathing the stone walls in a soft amber light. No figure stood behind them, no obvious intruder waiting in the shadows, but the dust in the air was still noticeably moving, swirling around them like invisible breath. Matteo crossed himself quickly and looked to Lorenzo, who appeared strangely calm. "Perhaps the past is trying to communicate," the old archivist murmured. "Perhaps it remembers what we have chosen to forget." He turned his gaze toward the bronze crucifix, to the empty cross with the single carved eye positioned above it. "This symbol," he said, "appears in a rare manuscript I once was tasked with guarding, a document officially declared forbidden by the Holy Office centuries ago. It spoke of the original church, one that was not constructed of stone but of deep understanding. It claimed that before the written word there was only light, and those who followed it carried pure knowledge, not blind faith." Matteo frowned deeply. "That sounds precisely like heresy." Lorenzo offered a faint smile, his deep wrinkles deepening in the dim light. So did most truths when they were first spoken. He set the tablet upon the altar, carefully aligning its circular map with the carvings on the wall. The lines matched absolutely perfectly. At the exact centre where the word Genesis had appeared was now a tiny hole no wider than a coin. From within it came a faint glimmer, a soft golden glow like light trapped behind solid stone. The old priest hesitated for a moment, then cautiously reached out. As his fingertip brushed the small hole, a distinct vibration rippled intensely through the chamber, gentle at first, then rapidly stronger. The walls gave an audible groan. Dust rained down heavily from the ceiling. Matteo stumbled backward as the carvings began to shift, the open eye rotating slowly. the circle widening rapidly beneath their feet. The floor began to tremble, revealing a spreading crack that stretched outward like a living vein. "Father, you must stop!" Matteo cried out, but Lorenzo did not move. His eyes were fixed entirely on the light growing from the centre of the symbol, now bright enough to effectively chase away the encompassing darkness. When it finally faded, a new opening yawned wide before them, a staircase spiralling steeply downward into the core depths of the earth. Lorenzo's voice was quiet, almost reverent. "It was never a vault," he said. "It was a door." From below came the faintest echo of slow movement, as if something long buried was finally stirring. The Vatican's most profound secret had just awakened, and history itself seemed to pause for a brief moment. Neither of the men moved. The silence felt heavy, palpably alive, as though the earth beneath St. Peter's itself were patiently waiting. The narrow staircase descended into a blackness so complete it appeared to instantly swallow the light. Father Matteo's face was white in the gentle glow of the lantern. "We absolutely should not descend there," he said softly. "This place was sealed for an intentional reason." Lorenzo studied the spiral steps, carved with strange symbols that looked more like constellations than actual letters. He had spent a lifetime studying forgotten languages, yet none of them resembled what he saw now. "If it was sealed," he murmured, "then someone feared what it held. But fear has never truly preserved the truth. It only buries it deep." He took a slow, deliberate breath and stepped forward. The cold stone beneath his feet was cool and damp, the air growing perceptibly thicker with each downward step. Matteo followed with extreme reluctance, clutching a well-worn rosary tightly in his shaking hand. The deeper they ventured, the more distant the world above became. The massive marble floors, the warm sunlight, the echoing voices of the faithful. Down here, time itself felt fundamentally uncertain. The staircase finally ended in a narrow corridor. The ceiling arched low overhead, the walls lined with carvings that glimmered subtly when the lantern passed them. Scenes were revealed in the rock, figures reaching high toward the sky, others kneeling low before shapes of fire, and in the centre of every panel the same open eyes stared directly back, unblinking. Matteo whispered, "Are these depictions of saints?" Lorenzo shook his head. "No, older than saints, older than all scripture." They reached a doorway framed by two immense pillars of deep black marble. At its peak was an inscription so faded it was nearly erased by time. Lorenzo raised the lantern and read the only words still clear aloud. "When the sky spoke, the earth answered." The words sent a sudden chill down his spine. Beneath the inscription, etched into the floor, was a massive circular seal carved from bronze. It was coated in dust, but through the grime something clearly gleamed, a distinct symbol of the sun surrounded by 8 smaller stars. Lorenzo knelt down beside it, tracing the design with reverent fingers. "This matches the tablet exactly," he said. "The same pattern, the same specific intent." Matteo's voice trembled slightly. "Do you truly think it is a tomb?" Lorenzo paused. "No," he said quietly. "I believe it is a message." As he spoke, the air abruptly grew warm, almost pulsing. The bronze seal began to faintly hum, a low vibration that travelled violently through the stone. The lantern flame danced wildly. Matteo stepped back hastily, but Lorenzo leaned in closer, captivated. The hum intensified into a low tone, melodic, almost like a speaking voice. Then, with a loud, sharp crack, the seal cleanly split down the middle. A rush of air escaped from below, dry and ancient, carrying a faint, distinct scent of ash. The light within the lantern flickered once, then suddenly steadied, revealing a dark, ominous opening beneath the seal. Lorenzo stared into it, his voice barely a whisper. "We have successfully opened the first vault," he said, "and it is absolutely not empty." A slow current of air rose from the opening, colder than the surrounding stone and tinged with the familiar scent of old paper and dust. Father Matteo leaned in closer, his trembling lantern casting a weak circle of light into the hollow space. The steps below vanished almost immediately into shadow, as though the darkness itself were actively swallowing the glow. He looked over to Father Lorenzo, his voice strained and low. "Whatever is beneath this, Father, it has been waiting for us." Lorenzo nodded, his expression remaining unreadable. The faint hum that had originated from the bronze seal was completely gone now, leaving behind a silence so deep that even their soft breaths felt invasive. He took the lantern and began his descent, one slow, deliberate step at a time. The tight stairs curved sharply, carved directly into the bedrock, each one worn perfectly smooth by immense age. The walls were subtly marked by faint traces of pigment, murals that time had nearly eradicated. Yet as the light passed over them, they seemed to move, revealing vivid scenes of people standing beneath the stars, their faces lifted high toward the heavens. At the base of the stairs, the space opened into a vast circular chamber. It was absolutely unlike anything Lorenzo had encountered in his decades among the archives. The ceiling arched far above them, supported by colossal columns sculpted in the image of angels, or perhaps ancient gods. Their carved wings stretched toward one another until they met exactly in the centre. In the middle of the floor stood a single stone table, its surface engraved with bizarre writings that shimmered faintly as if kissed by moonlight. Matteo whispered a hasty prayer. "This cannot be Roman," he said. "It is too perfect, too incredibly deliberate." Lorenzo set the lantern down upon the table. The carvings immediately began to glow with a soft golden light, illuminating the chamber in gentle, spreading waves. What they had initially assumed to be dust on the walls revealed itself to be thousands of intricate symbols etched into the stone, each one unique, each one shimmering with faint light. He touched one of the markings. It pulsed softly under his fingertips like the steady beat of a human heart. For a brief instant, a strong vision flared in his mind. A flash of intense fire, the sound of rhythmic chanting, and a group of robed figures standing solemnly around the same table thousands of years ago. He saw them deliberately place something upon it, an object that shimmered brightly like the sun itself, and then quickly cover it in heavy stone. The vivid image vanished as quickly as it came. Lorenzo stumbled back, breathing heavily. "This place is not a tomb," he said. "It is an intact record." Matteo's eyes widened. A record of precisely what? Lorenzo looked up toward the glowing symbols, his voice calm but filled with awe. Of the absolute beginning, of who we were before recorded history began. The light from the table grew brighter again, and lines suddenly appeared across its surface, forming a pattern that looked like an exact map of the heavens. At its centre burned one single star, brighter than all the rest, and beneath it, in letters that were neither Latin nor Greek, appeared a single distinct phrase that both men could somehow perfectly read. It read, "We came from the light above." The golden light shimmered across the vast chamber, soft yet utterly boundless, painting every carved angel in a warm, otherworldly glow. The words on the stone, "We came from the light above," seemed to faintly hum, as though the cold stone itself were alive with the deep memory of its own origin. Father Matteo stood completely frozen, his lips moving soundlessly. "It cannot mean what it says," he whispered, vehemently shaking his head. "It cannot." But Father Lorenzo offered no answer. He was staring intently at the centre of the table where the light was most intense. It was not merely light, it was movement, a faint visible swirl like smoke trapped under solid glass. He leaned in closer and realized that the light was not truly emanating from the stone itself, but from something secreted beneath it. Very gently, He brushed the remaining dust away, revealing a small, circular indentation, an opening no wider than a coin. Within it lay a perfect disc of metal, tarnished but glowing faintly from deep within. He reached out a hesitant hand, but the instant his fingers brushed the edge, a sudden warmth pulsed violently through the entire chamber. The walls flared with golden veins, every single symbol now fiercely burning with light. Matteo cried out and stumbled backward, shielding his eyes from the intensity. The air trembled, heavy and thick with energy. For a brief instant, it was as though time itself had been forcibly peeled away. The golden light formed distinct shapes, figures walking beneath vast star fields, voices chanting in a strange language that sounded like pure music. Images flashed like sudden memories, not their own. Great, illuminated cities of light, oceans glistening under strange constellations, beings of radiant form descending to teach humanity how to interpret the sky. Then, just as quickly, it abruptly ended. The light faded entirely. The humming sound died. Only the single lantern remained, its flame trembling in the intense stillness. Father Lorenzo stood over the table, his hand still resting on the glowing disc. His voice was low and perfectly steady. "It is a record," he said, "not of religious faith, but of a true memory, of a time before the Church, before Rome, before even history truly began." Matteo's voice was a whisper. "You truly believe they came from the heavens?" Lorenzo turned to him slowly. "I believe they came from wherever we once did." He lifted the disc carefully and held it up to the light. Inscribed along its perfect edge were tiny, precise markings, stars and lines, that formed what looked like a complex celestial map, but it did not resemble any sky Matteo had ever seen before. The younger priest stared at it, his heart pounding hard. "Father, that sky is not ours." Lorenzo looked again, and a profound realization filled his eyes like the breaking of dawn. "No," he murmured. "It is not. It is the sky from before the great flood, the sky of the original world." Above them, a faint rumble passed deeply through the stone ceiling, as if something ancient had stirred in direct response to their monumental discovery. The old archivist lowered the disc, his hands trembling slightly. "We have just finished reading the first page of Creation," he said softly, "and it was never meant to be found." The faint rumble quickly faded into silence, leaving behind an echo that felt like a quiet breath beneath the cold stones. Father Matteo's hands shook as he made the sign of the cross again, his whisper barely audible. "Father, if what you are asserting is true, if this is far older than everything we currently know, then it changes absolutely everything. The faith, the entire history, even who we fundamentally are." Father Lorenzo looked at him calmly, the lantern's golden glow reflected in his weary eyes. "History has been completely rewritten many times," he said gently. "Each new empire carves its own convenient truth into stone. Perhaps this is simply the oldest version of ours." He placed the metal disc upon the table once more, aligning it perfectly with the intricate pattern engraved on the surface. As soon as it made contact, the carvings shimmered again, this time revealing a different set of markings. They quickly formed into words neither man could read at first, but slowly the lines rearranged themselves into Latin, the official language of the Church. Lorenzo read the phrase aloud. "What was hidden beneath the altar shall awaken the world above." The words lingered in the heavy air like a final whisper. A faint percussive noise then rang out from the stone behind them. Matteo's body snapped around. That sound, what was it? An opening began to manifest in the masonry just to their left. Fine dust rained down as the solid wall started to swing outward, barely moving an inch at a time. The deep, ancient sound of stone grinding filled the small space, as if the Vatican structure itself was breathing out a sigh after countless silent centuries. Beyond the moving wall lay another area, smaller and swallowed in shadow. Lorenzo held the lamp higher and stepped through the new entrance. The beam-illuminated shelving cut directly into the rock. Resting on these shelves were scrolls, hundreds of them, each sealed with a distinctive red wax and wrapped in cord made of gold thread. The seals bore a papal symbol the two men instantly knew. It was the crossed keys of the Vatican. Matteo's eyes grew wide. "These are official seals," he said. "The church itself concealed this." Lorenzo gave a slow nod. Someone long ago was aware of this hiding place. He selected one of the scrolls and brought it close to the light. The wax gave a soft snap as he broke the seal. Inside, the parchment was older than any in the Vatican's known collection. The inscription had faded, but was still readable. He began to read, his voice wavering with emotion. "In the first days, men gazed up at the heavens, and beheld not deities, but their own image. The guardians of light descended, teaching us language, writing, and how to build. And when they left, they promised that one day we would rediscover." Matteo recoiled, unable to speak. "This cannot be scripture," he finally managed. "It is far older," Lorenzo countered. "This is the language that came before the written word." He flipped the scroll over and found another marking. A name etched in smaller script. It was one he recognized from his many years in the archives. A name that had been deleted from all public record. Pope Silvanus. Year of our Lord 1296. Lorenzo gasped, catching his breath. This was written by a pope who doesn't exist. The two men stared at one another in stunned silence while the lantern's small flame flickered, casting their shadows large upon the walls. Two devoted keepers of the faith standing before the oldest secret ever discovered. The deep silence that descended was unlike any Matteo had ever experienced. It was not empty, but heavy with presence, as if the stones themselves were listening intently. Only the slight hiss of the lantern's flame broke the quiet between them. Father Lorenzo remained perfectly still, his focus on the parchment that shook in his hands. A pope that was never accounted for. The notion alone caused a tremor to run through him. The Vatican's archives were exhaustive, every year carefully documented, every pontiff recorded since St. Peter. Yet this document, sealed with the Church's own mark, carried the name of a man lost to time. Lorenzo rotated the fragile paper toward the lamplight. Beneath the name Pope Silvanus was a passage written in his personal hand. "We were not the first to safeguard the light," it stated, "nor will we be the last to let it be forgotten. Beneath the main altar lies the proof of what we were before we became transient men of earth." Matteo inhaled sharply. Before we became transient men of earth. What could that possibly mean? Lorenzo did not immediately respond. His eyes drifted to the glowing symbols still faintly visible on the chamber wall. "It suggests," he said slowly, "that whoever Silvanus was, he believed humanity had a completely different origin, one that was purposefully erased and forbidden." He looked back down at the scroll, noting how the ink on the final line was darker, newer, as though it was written years later than the rest. The final words were simple but deeply unnerving. "They will seal it up again. The truth is too much for the world above." A quiet sense of dread settled between them. Matteo whispered, "You think they found this once already?" Lorenzo gave a single nod. "And buried it!" The lantern flickered as if moved by an unseen breath. From somewhere far deeper beyond the newly opened masonry came a faint noise, a soft but intentional whisper of movement. Both men froze in place. The light trembled. Then from the distant edge of the hidden room, a shape emerged. It was not a person, but a figure sculpted from stone, partially buried in the wall. It was a statue of a man holding an orb of light, his face lifted upward in reverence. But what caused both of them to step back was the face itself. It was not a saint's face. It was not even human. The features were overly smooth, too perfect, the eyes disproportionately large, the expression neither holy nor earthly. Around its neck was a symbol, the same open eye. Lorenzo moved toward it cautiously, raising the lamp. "This," he breathed, "this is the one they called the Keeper of Light." He continued, "He appears in apocryphal documents, always deleted before they were published." Matteo made the sign of the cross, his voice shaking. So he was real. Lorenzo stared at the statue's calm, inhuman expression. "Perhaps not real," he said softly. "Perhaps something beyond that. Something that wanted to be remembered." As he spoke, the stone orb in the figure's hand began to radiate the same golden light that had previously filled the chamber. A gentle but powerful vibration rose through the floor, and the air seemed to come alive once more. Matteo took a step back. "Father, what is happening?" Lorenzo's voice was steady, almost reverent. "It remembers," he stated, "and now, so will we." The light intensified until it saturated every corner of the room, smooth and steady, like a subterranean sunrise. The glow from the orb in the statue's hand spread across the floor, tracing the ancient carvings in the stone until every symbol shimmered in gold. The hum returned, a low, resonant sound, felt not just in the air, but deep inside their bones. Father Matteo dropped to his knees, gripping his rosary. His voice was fragile and strained. "This is not of man. It can't be, Father." Lorenzo's face held no expression. His eyes mirrored the golden light, and for a fleeting moment he looked much younger, as if time itself had paused around him. "No," he said gently, "not of man, but it is not hostile to him either." The humming grew louder. The statue's eyes, previously cold stone, now shone like twin suns. The orb in its hand pulsed more brightly, sending streams of light crawling up the pillars and across the ceiling. Then, slowly, a shape took form in the glow above them. A celestial map. Vast, moving stars drifted across the ceiling like living fire, constellations forming and dissolving into new patterns. Matteo gazed upward, tears streaming down his face. "That is not the sky that we know." "I know," Lorenzo agreed. "Nor is it one I know. It is older. The stars before the fall of Babel, the sky of our very first world." The light flickered and changed again, shaping figures among the stars. Dozens of luminous forms appeared, tall beings, human but not entirely, standing in circles around a central flame. They raised their hands in unison, and the flames soared into the heavens, fragmenting into 1,000 points of light. Each point became a star, and each star a seed. The image wavered, and a soft, melodic voice filled the air. Neither male nor female, speaking a language neither man had ever heard, yet they understood every single word. "We originated from the light above, and to the light we shall return. Observe the covenant of creation, for when memory is lost, the earth forgets its purpose." The vision trembled and disappeared. The golden light faded until only the lantern remained, its small flame fighting hard against the returning darkness. The chamber fell silent again. Matteo was visibly shaking. "Father, that was not an illusion. That was a direct message." Lorenzo sank onto the cold stone, his voice tired but filled with wonder. "A memory older than any scripture," he said. "They left this behind for us. Not to be worshipped, but to be remembered." He looked once more at the statue of the Keeper of Light. Its eyes were no longer glowing, yet its face seemed to hold a faint, knowing smile. At its base lay a small clay tablet, freshly fallen, as if offered up by the earth itself. Lorenzo picked it up with care. The inscription was brief, written in the same ancient script as before. But this time, it translated effortlessly in his mind. Beneath the holy city sleeps the truth of all mankind. As he read the words aloud, a deep rumble resonated through the chamber, not violently but steadily, the sound of stone shifting somewhere far below. Dust floated from the ceiling like falling snow. Matteo's eyes darted upward in fear. "The earth is moving!" Lorenzo slowly shook his head, his gaze fixed on the tablet. "No," he whispered, "it is waking up." The vibration deepened until it felt like the heartbeat of the earth itself, slow and ancient. Father Matteo clutched one of the pillars to steady himself, breathing rapidly. "We must leave," he insisted, his voice trembling. "The basilica will not withstand this if it continues." But Father Lorenzo did not move. His lantern swayed gently in his hand as he stared at the tablet, tracing the carved words repeatedly, trying to etch them into his memory. "No," he said softly. "The Vatican has stood over this for centuries. It will not collapse tonight. Something else is taking place." As he spoke, the air became warmer. The golden veins that had illuminated the chamber began to stir again, glowing faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the vibrations. Then, from far beneath the floor, a soft breeze arose. Impossible in this sealed space. It carried the scent of rain and damp earth, as though the outside night had somehow penetrated underground. The flame in the lantern steadied. Matteo looked at Lorenzo, his fear replaced by a kind of awe. "Do you sense that?" Lorenzo nodded. "It is breathing." The light from the statue's orb flared once more, but this time it was soft, almost tender, highlighting a crack that had appeared at the bottom of the wall behind it. Lorenzo stepped closer. The fissure widened slightly, and a single stone slid free, falling with a soft, echoing sound. Beyond it was only darkness, but within that darkness, a dull, silvery gleam shone. He reached into the opening and pulled out a small metal box, no bigger than a Bible. It was exquisitely crafted, its surface etched with scenes of the heavens, stars, suns, and planets. Arranged in spirals across the lid were engraved the same mysterious symbols that had followed them from the start. The lock had long ago rusted away. Matteo swallowed hard. "You cannot open that, Father. It is sacred." Lorenzo's voice was calm. "So is the truth." He lifted the lid. Inside, wrapped in what looked like very old linen, was a single parchment roll tied with a thin strip of gold. The paper shimmered faintly, as though it were written not with ink, but with light itself. He unrolled it carefully. The script was unlike anything he had ever encountered, graceful, fluid, and vibrant. And as he read, the words transformed, translating themselves before his eyes. He spoke the translation aloud. "When the first flame descended, it gave consciousness to the earth. When the earth looked upward, it saw its own reflection and named it God. Thus was established the first covenant, that light would forget itself in order to learn anew." He fell silent, overwhelmed. Matteo's voice cracked. "Are you saying this discusses creation?" Lorenzo nodded slowly, his eyes glistening in the lantern's glow. "It speaks of a time before our current histories, a time when light transformed into life, and memory became faith." He looked around the chamber, at the carvings, the statue, the glowing veins that now pulsed softly, almost peacefully. "This location is not a grave," he whispered. "It is a memory of the initial awakening, the Genesis beneath the Genesis." From far above, somewhere in the winding network of tunnels leading back to the surface, a faint bell rang, a single distant chime echoing through the rock. It was the midnight bell of St. Peter's, marking the hour. Father Lorenzo closed the chest carefully, his voice barely a breath. "The world above is still asleep," he said. But down here, history has just opened its eyes. The sound of the midnight bell lingered, fading into the deep rhythm of the earth. Father Lorenzo held the ancient chest tightly against his body as he began to climb the narrow steps, his lantern leading the way. Father Matteo followed, his mind reeling with both fear and wonder. The air grew warmer as they climbed, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them both like a holy obligation. When they reached the upper vault, the silence of the basilica above felt utterly unreal. The corridor walls glistened faintly with the golden dust that had followed them from below, tiny specks of light drifting like fireflies in the lantern's glow. For a moment, Lorenzo paused, looking back down into the dark stairwell. The humming was gone, the air still once more, as if the earth had held its breath again. Matteo broke the quiet. What should we do next? Lorenzo turned toward him. His face, lined and exhausted, showed both sadness and clarity. "We will protect what we've discovered," he said, "but not within these walls. The Vatican has suppressed truths before. It will try to suppress this one too." Matteo's voice trembled. "You mean to conceal it?" "To keep it safe," Lorenzo replied softly, "until the world is ready to remember." They moved quietly through the corridors, past marble statues of saints and shelves filled with ancient manuscripts. In the dim light, the basilica above seemed to breathe in time with them. They reached the small study that Lorenzo had occupied for decades, a simple room of wood and dust, fragrant with candle wax and old parchment. He placed the chest gently upon his desk and opened it one last time. Inside, the scroll's faint light still pulsed, shimmering as if alive. Lorenzo stared at it, his voice distant, speaking mostly to himself. If what we witnessed is true, then every religious belief, every sacred writing, every great empire, they are all mere reflections of a singular narrative that started before words existed. Matteo stood in the doorway, hesitant to speak. "Father, will you inform the Holy Father?" Lorenzo shook his head. "No, not yet. The Church survives by the things it chooses to disregard. To reveal this to them now would shatter the foundation before a new one can be established." He took a sheet of parchment from his desk and began to write in his meticulous, deliberate script. The candlelight caught the curve of his letters as he documented everything they had witnessed. The chamber, the statue, the scroll, the words written in pure light. But when he reached the end, he paused, then added only one more sentence. "Some truths are not meant to be held captive, only to be rediscovered." He folded the note and placed it inside the chest next to the softly glowing scroll. Then he sealed the lid with melted wax, pressing his old Vatican ring into the seal. The mark of the keys glimmered faintly. Outside, the first toll of the 1 o'clock bell echoed through the quiet city of Rome. Lorenzo put out the lantern, leaving only the moonlight filtering through the narrow window. "Someday," he whispered, "someone will open it once more. And when they do, they will remember that we were more than just history. We were its beginning." Matteo bowed his head in silence. Far below, in the immense depths of the earth, a faint pulse of golden light flickered once more and vanished into the darkness, as if the ancient memory had returned to its slumber, patiently waiting for the next brave soul to awaken it. The night stretched on in a stillness that felt profound. The city surrounding St. Peter's slept under the same moon that had seen civilizations rise and fall, completely unaware that beneath its peaceful streets something ancient and radiant had stirred again. Father Lorenzo sat alone at his desk. His candle burned low, its flame trembling in the draught that slipped through the narrow window. He found himself unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the chamber, the glowing carvings, the vibrant words, the statue that seemed almost to breathe. His mind replayed the voice that had spoken in that strange, gentle language, offering the promise of remembrance. It echoed through his thoughts like a sacred song he had once known but had forgotten. He got up from his chair and walked to the window, looking down at the deserted square of the Vatican. Below, the marble glowed faintly in the moonlight, serene and eternal. Yet now he knew that beneath it lay a history no one had ever been told. He whispered, "The truth was never lost, only concealed." A soft knock interrupted the silence. When he opened the door, Father Matteo stood there, pale and hesitant. He looked younger somehow, his fear replaced by something close to profound wonder. "I couldn't sleep either," Matteo said. "It feels as if that place is calling to me." Lorenzo nodded. "You feel it too? The weight of what it means?" They sat together, the candlelight flickering gently between them. Matteo's voice was hushed. "Do you think it was them, the beings who came from the light?" Lorenzo considered the question. "Perhaps not them personally," he said. "Perhaps what remains of them, an imprint. The Church teaches that man was created in the image of God. But what if that image was older than we ever conceived? What if the divine spark is a memory passed down from a world that predates ours?" Matteo leaned forward. "Then everything changes." "Yes," Lorenzo said softly. "And yet, faith endures. It does not perish when knowledge is acquired. It only deepens. The mystery of God does not lessen when the universe expands." Outside, a light wind stirred, briefly brushing the curtains aside. Moonlight touched the sealed chest on the desk, and the wax shimmered faintly, as though something beneath it still glowed. Lorenzo noticed and offered a sad smile. "It is alive," he said. "Knowledge is always vibrant." Matteo reached out and gently rested a hand on the chest. "What if someone discovers it after we are gone?" "Then it will be time," Lorenzo replied. "Every truth waits for the right moment." The 2 o'clock bell rang in the distance, soft and slow. The two priests sat in silence, listening to its echo fade. When the last note disappeared, Lorenzo offered one final thought, almost to himself. The world will not accept this story when it wakes up. But one evening, far from now, someone will retell it, perhaps softly, as a story for children, and the truth will slip back into the hearts of men as gently as a shared dream. The candle burned down to a single thread of flame. Outside, the Vatican slept. And far below, beneath centuries of rock, the chamber waited in silence. In its light, dimmed but still present, guarding the memory of how humanity first looked at the stars and recognized itself in their distant glow. Morning arrived quietly in Rome. The first rays of sunlight crept across the domes and courtyards of the Vatican, pouring gold upon the cobblestones of St. Peter's Square. Pilgrims began to gather once more, their footsteps echoing softly between the marble columns. To them, the day was just like any other, a new beginning in the oldest city of faith. But within the walls of the apostolic archives, Father Lorenzo was still awake. His candle had fully burned out, leaving only the pale morning light to fall across his desk. The sealed chest rested next to him, its wax mark cool and firm. Now the air around it felt unnaturally still, as though even the wind refused to disturb what slept inside. Matteo entered quietly, holding 2 cups of coffee. His face looked tired, but his eyes were resolute. He placed one of the cups before Lorenzo and sat down across from him. "I prayed all through the night," he said softly. "But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the chamber again. The light, the script. It felt less like a discovery and more like a simple recollection." Lorenzo nodded. "It is the same for me." The voice we heard did not speak only to our ears. It spoke to something much older inside us, something that has been waiting a long time to be awakened. For a while, neither of them spoke. The Vatican bells rang faintly in the distance, calling the city to morning prayer. Lorenzo turned his gaze toward the window, where the sunlight fell across the walls like liquid gold. "The world above believes faith and truth are opposed," he said. "But truth is simply another name for God's own memory." Matteo frowned. "And what will we do with that memory?" Lorenzo smiled gently. "We will hide it, for now." He rose and walked to the shelf where he kept a small wooden box filled with official seals. He took one and placed it on the chest, pressing the seal of the Vatican Library over the wax. "This will go unnoticed among the general relics. One day someone will open it again, perhaps a scholar, perhaps just a child. The truth will wait, as it always does." Matteo watched in silence, his heart conflicted between relief and a sense of loss. "And what about us?" he asked. "We have witnessed what no one should see. How do we continue living, knowing this?" Lorenzo turned to him, his expression soft but firm. "We continue to live as we always have, faithfully. Only now, when we look up at the stars, we will see family, not just an enigma." He placed a hand on Matteo's shoulder. "Promise me you will protect this secret. Not to keep it concealed, but to keep it secure." "I promise," Matteo said quietly. The bells outside grew louder, echoing through the basilica. The first sunlight reached the chest, and for a brief moment the wax seal shimmered, just a flicker, like a heartbeat beneath the surface. Then it was still once more. Father Lorenzo exhaled and turned toward the door. "Come," he said, "let us begin the day." They stepped into the corridor, their footsteps fading beneath the resonant echo of morning prayer. Behind them, the small office remained bathed in golden light. Dust drifted through the air like ancient stars, and upon the sealed chest the faintest warmth lingered, as though the narrative beneath the Vatican was not concluding, but simply waiting for its next chapter to unfold. That evening, the Vatican settled once more into its familiar rhythm of hushed whispers and candlelight. The last of the visitors drifted away from St. Peter's Square, leaving the great basilica enveloped in silence. Father Lorenzo walked alone through the marble corridors, his hands clasped behind his back, his steps echoing softly beneath the vaulted ceilings. He had concealed the chest deep within the private archives, behind a wall of mundane manuscripts, letters, papal decrees, and forgotten sermons. Few people ever ventured into that particular room. Fewer still understood the specific organization of its shelves. It was the safest tomb he could offer the truth. Yet as he walked, he felt the same invisible pull that had first drawn him into the depths beneath the basilica. It was not mere curiosity, it was a sense of profound belonging. In the courtyard, the night air was cool, heavy with the scent of stone and a hint of moisture. The lamps flickered like distant stars along the covered walkways. Lorenzo looked up at the sky, at constellations he now perceived in a different light. The heavens no longer felt remote. They felt intimately familiar, as if the light that shone from them was the very same that had once burned in the chamber far below. He whispered to himself, "The light above and the light within." The voice behind him startled him. "You sound like a poet tonight, Father." It was Matteo. He approached gently, his face softened by the glow of the courtyard lamps. "I couldn't sleep," he said. "I passed by the archives and I thought I heard something, a sound like a soft wind moving through the shelves." Lorenzo smiled faintly. "Perhaps it is only the past letting out a sigh. It does that sometimes when it wants to be remembered." They sat together on a stone bench beneath the shadow of a small fig tree. The courtyard was silent except for the distant, gentle sound of a trickling fountain. Matteo stared at the ground, then finally said, "Do you truly believe it, Father? That what we witnessed was real? That we originated from the light above?" Lorenzo's gaze drifted upward again. Once the church taught that the stars were fixed in their place in the heavens, utterly unmoving. We came to realize they were stars, each possessing its own planets. This new knowledge did not ruin belief, it made it stronger. Perhaps this whole situation is comparable. He paused, then stated softly, "If human nature sprang from light, then faith is simply the memory of that light. We have not lost our way from it. We are merely trying to find our path home for a season." They sat in silence, listening to the slow, steady flow of the fountain. The moon rose further above St. Peter's dome, casting a weak radiance upon the aged pavement. Matteo said barely audibly, "When that container is discovered one day, what will they think of our actions?" Lorenzo gave a gentle smile. "They will not spare us a thought. They will consider only what was written within, and that will be enough for them." A soft gust of wind rustled the leaves of the trees. Somewhere far beneath their current location, hidden within the winding stone passages, a single burst of golden luminescence flickered. It was brief, subtle, like the last lingering echo of a recollection that refused to disappear. Father Lorenzo gazed toward the basilica a final time before heading to his private chambers. "Rest well, ancient world," he whispered. "Your new day will arrive once more." And as the bells began to chime for midnight, the Vatican stood quiet beneath the stars, its hidden truths protected, its core reality dormant, awaiting the moment when humankind would be prepared to recall the light that first defined their humanity. The following morning was signalled by the quiet sound of rainfall. It drifted softly over the Vatican's domes, creating shimmering tracks across the windows of the Apostolic Palace. Father Lorenzo awoke early. Despite having hardly rested, his dream was identical. The glowing chamber underneath St. Peter's, the effigy holding the radiating orb, and the voice murmuring the single command, "Remember." He remained seated at his writing desk for a long period, listening to the rain tap against the glass. The sealed container rested in the room's corner, now covered with a linen cloth. In the daylight it appeared unremarkable, just another antique among countless others. But Lorenzo knew differently. The significance it held was not due to its stone or metal composition, but its profound essence. When Matteo entered, his facial expression was serious. He carried a document stamped with the papal seal. "A directive," he announced quietly. "The Holy Father requests a meeting with you." Lorenzo carefully accepted and opened the letter. The message inside was concise, written personally by the Pope. "Father Lorenzo, I have been informed of your late hours spent in the archives. There are subjects we must address." He folded the document slowly, his eyes reflecting his deep thoughts. "It seems information travels even within these stone walls," he muttered. Matteo looked concerned. "Do you suspect someone is aware, not of our discovery," Lorenzo answered, "but perhaps that we have found something noteworthy?" By noon he was in the papal library, a vast space filled with sunlight and tranquillity. The Holy Father sat near the window, his hands resting lightly upon a book of psalms. He was elderly, older than Lorenzo, his face both kind and exhausted. "My son," the Pope said gently, "you have been exploring the lower levels again." Lorenzo lowered his head slightly. "I have, Your Holiness." "And did you find what you sought?" Lorenzo hesitated. The query lingered in the still air, like the smoke from incense. "No," he finally replied. "I found something I was not supposed to uncover." The Pope's eyes narrowed slightly, though not in anger. "And yet you stand here, still unsure whether to speak openly or remain quiet. That suggests to me it is something monumental, or hazardous. Lorenzo gazed out the tall window where the rain had diminished to a fine mist. It is both, he confirmed. It is not something opposing the church, but existing underneath it. Something ancient, perhaps predating the very first altar. It speaks of a brilliant light, a light that has memory. For a long while, the Pope offered no response. Then he rose and walked slowly toward the shelf where generations of records stood, bound in fine leather and gold. "The Vatican safeguards numerous secrets, Father Lorenzo," he said softly. "Some are for security, some are out of compassion, and some are because faith is not yet ready for the truth." He turned back, his gaze warm but significant. "You will conceal what you have discovered. You will prepare an account meant only for my eyes, and then you will take some rest." Lorenzo bowed his head, though a heaviness settled in his heart. "Yes, Holy Father." When he departed the room, Matteo was waiting in the corridor. "What did he tell you?" Lorenzo looked at him and smiled faintly. "He instructed me to hide it away. But, Matteo, one cannot truly bury light. It inevitably finds a path through stone. That night, as rain softly pattered over Rome's rooftops, Father Lorenzo returned to his rooms. He knelt before the sealed container, placed a trembling palm on its top, and whispered the word that had dominated his rest. "Remember." And far below St. Peter's, in the silent golden chamber, the faintest surge of light responded in kind, slow, steady, and vibrant. That night stretched long and deep, the type of quiet that seems to have its own life. Father Lorenzo remained seated before the small wooden container, the glow of the candle flickering across his weary face. Every time the tiny flame wavered, he saw the chamber again, the walls crisscrossed with golden filaments, the statue's composed expression, the unusual illumination that seemed to recognize him. The memory would not dissipate. It pulsed gently within his thoughts, like a separate heartbeat. Outside, the rain had stopped falling. Rome was covered by a thin layer of mist. The bells of St. Peter's tolled softly in the distance, calling the metropolis toward the midnight hour of prayer. Lorenzo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He had fulfilled his instructions. The container was concealed, sealed shut, its location noted only in the quiet margins of the Vatican's restricted registry. To any other archivist, it would appear to be a collection of neglected documents, but he knew the actual importance. The container held not just an object, but the origin of a question that could dismantle every narrative ever shared. He rose slowly, his joints protesting, and moved toward the window. The air carried the scent of wetness and candle smoke. In the far distance, a bolt of lightning flashed once over the hills, briefly illuminating the dome of St. Peter's. He thought of the voice that had spoken in that subterranean place. The voice, neither human nor divine, murmuring that when knowledge disappears, the world forgets its true purpose. Behind him, the door shifted. "You need to sleep," Matteo suggested from the doorway. His face was obscured by shadow, his hands linked behind his back. "The Holy Father will require your official report by morning," Lorenzo offered a faint smile. "I have already drafted it. Every section. Except for the actual truth." Matteo stepped fully inside, his gaze dropping to the container. "And that remains our mutual secret," Lorenzo confirmed. "You gave your word." "I did." Matteo's voice was unsteady, but it also held a sense of deep respect. "Do you ever wonder why we were the ones to find it, Father? Out of everyone who walked these halls before our time?" Lorenzo turned toward him, the candlelight softening the lines on his face. "Because history selects its observers, and sometimes it waits for those willing to listen carefully." He placed a hand on Matteo's shoulder. One day, after I am gone, you will unseal that container again. Not for fame, not for confirmation, but as an act of remembrance. When the world loses sight of who it really is, the light will require a messenger. Matteo swallowed hard. And what if I feel unprepared? Lorenzo's eyes shone slightly. Then you must wait. The light will summon you when the time is right. The older priest turned back to face the window. The storm had passed, and above the city the sky was filled with stars. For the first time in many years he regarded them not as distant fires but as familiar companions. When Matteo eventually left, the candle was nearly gone. Lorenzo remained by the window, murmuring his nightly prayer, not for pardon, but for clear recollection. Far beneath the basilica, where the earth's movement was slow and unending, the golden chamber rested once more. The orb held by the statue glowed subtly in the darkness, as if the light itself remembered the sound of his recent visit. By dawn, Father Lorenzo had still not slept. The first subtle light of morning stretched across the floor, touching the rows of books and the wax-sealed container that rested silently in the corner. The city outside began to wake with the quiet sounds of movement and church bells. But here, in this small, secluded room inside the Vatican walls, time held a different meaning. He sat motionless, his hands clasped in front of him, a single candle burning down low. He thought about the phrases carved into the tablet. Beneath the holy city rests the fundamental truth of all humanity. The words had resonated within him throughout the night. The memory of that golden chamber was now a permanent part of him, an unstated reality that existed underneath every single prayer. The door quietly opened and Father Matteo entered, his expression tired but determined. "You have not rested," he observed softly. Lorenzo offered a faint smile. "Some things do not permit us rest." He motioned for Matteo to sit down. The younger priest paused before taking a chair directly opposite him. "I dreamt again," Matteo whispered, "of the chamber. But it was not made of stone this time. It was the vast sky. The same symbols were present, but amongst the stars. I could hear that unique voice. The one that spoke within the light? It spoke only a single word." Lorenzo leaned closer. What was that word? Awaken. The word lingered between them, carrying a strange sensation of warmth. Lorenzo focused his gaze on the candle's flame, its tiny luminescence steady against the morning light. "Perhaps it is not a warning," he suggested quietly. "Perhaps it is an invitation." Matteo looked puzzled. To do what? To remember what our nature was before the world conditioned us to forget it. The younger priest lowered his eyes. "If that is accurate, Father, then the Church itself has been founded upon an act of forgetting." Lorenzo sighed deeply, his tone gentle but saddened. "Faith is not the rival of truth, Matteo. It is merely its chosen language, but we are still in the process of learning to interpret it properly." He stood up from his chair and walked toward the window. Outside, the sun had finally broken through the morning mist, setting the city aglow. The dome of St. Peter's shone like a guiding light against the blue sky. He thought of every soul who had walked within these structures: saints, intellectuals, dissenters, spiritual seekers, immortal, each one searching for the same ultimate thing, a sense of meaning within the profound mystery. "The world will continue in its slumber," Lorenzo said, almost talking to himself. "But sleep is never permanent. Someday someone will discover what we have found. They will stand exactly where we stood, and they will perceive the light hidden beneath the stone." Matteo rose, the light softening his features. "And if they inquire who first brought it to light?" Lorenzo smiled gently. "Then let them believe it was the hand of God that led their way to it. For in truth, that is precisely what happened." The bell for the morning mass began to ring out. Lorenzo turned back to the container one last time, its seal faintly gleaming in the sunlight. He placed his hand upon it, not as a warden of a secret, but as a person offering thanks to the unseen force. As they exited the room, the sound of their footsteps was absorbed by the quiet routine of the Vatican. The candle on the desk flickered once, then finally went out. And far below, deep within St. Peter's, the ancient chamber shimmered faintly in the gloom, as though the earth itself still held the memory. The light pulsed a final time, subtle, enduring, everlasting, awaiting the next person who would dream, hear its summons, and venture into the depths to reawaken it. The years drifted by quietly, as they often do, when the pressure of a major revelation is allowed to rest undisturbed. Father Lorenzo aged gracefully, becoming slower, more frail. His hair gradually thinned and became white, the colour of the old documents he spent his life meticulously studying. But his gaze, quiet, alive, and ever-seeking, was always brilliant. They held the echo of something timeless, something shining. Father Matteo stayed nearby, attending to the records, and to Lorenzo himself. The two seldom mentioned that evening under St. Peter's, yet the memory settled between them like the faint smell of incense after the service. The chest remained sealed and hidden in the most silent area of the private reading room. Dust collected on it, but not decay. Even the space around it seemed to vibrate low, as if conscious of what it concealed. In his closing years, Lorenzo passed long hours writing. He wrote not of the Vatican's official accounts, but of what was unsaid, the moments between certainty, the murmurs beneath doctrine. Every night he lit one candle, set his pen to the paper, and tried to capture the brightness he had once witnessed in language that any person could grasp. One fall evening, as the rain drifted softly over Rome, Matteo found him by the window once more, a drape wrapped around his shoulders and an open book resting on his knees. "You ought to rest," Matteo suggested. Lorenzo smiled. "Soon, but not just yet. I have something I must complete." He motioned toward the book. Its pages were filled with graceful, continuous script, his writing steady even in age. "It is not history," he said. "It is a recollection, composed like a nighttime tale, a vehicle for the truth to travel safely, even when no one accepts it." Matteo knelt next to him. "Then someday someone will read it." "Yes," Lorenzo whispered, "and they will believe it is only a fantasy." He shifted his focus toward the dark shape of St. Peter's dome. "When you walk those spaces, after I am gone, listen closely. You will hear it, the vital pulse of the earth. The glow is still present. It never departs from us. It simply waits for our vision to clear." He placed a slightly shaking hand on Matteo's. "Promise me you will keep this remembrance alive, even if just to yourself." "I promise," Matteo said gently. That night, Father Lorenzo passed away peacefully while he slept. When they discovered him, the candle had melted completely, yet the mild fragrance of wax and warm air lingered as though the light had only just faded. Matteo buried his mentor in the small Vatican yard close to the records. Under the cypress trees, he set a single marker etched with plain words: "Here rests the keeper of memory." Decades later, long after Matteo himself had aged, a young scholar came across a forgotten message tucked between two volumes of the library's most ancient writings. The writing was elegant, old-fashioned, but vibrant. "Beneath the stones of St. Peter's sleeps the story of mankind. When belief and wisdom travel together, the earth will awaken and the light will recall its name." The scholar smiled, unsure of its meaning, but kept the note anyway. And far below in the quiet dark, the golden room pulsed once as if acknowledging. Silent, patient, timeless, still dreaming beneath the Vatican, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to remember the brightness that created it. Centuries passed, and Rome altered its appearance. The marble of St. Peter's became lighter with every renovation. The sounds of travellers increased through the plaza, and the modern metropolis grew and thrummed around it like a second life. Yet under it all, beneath the stone and time, the Vatican's deepest secrets still waited in silence. By the year 2116, the Vatican archives had been partially digitized. However, the oldest collections were still managed by hand. A new generation of scholars cared for the collection, people who saw themselves not as protectors of artifacts, but as guardians of remembrance. Among them was Dr. Emilia Rossi, a young scholar intrigued by the Church's obscure centuries. She had journeyed to Rome pursuing the traces of forgotten leaders and the puzzles hidden in the Vatican's locked vaults. On a peaceful evening, as the rain whispered against the archive's windows, Emilia found herself exploring the lesser-known parts of the collection. Her fingers grazed the worn leather bindings until one book drew her attention. A small diary without a title or label, its pages yellowed by time. Inside, written in graceful Latin, was the name Lorenzo da Firenze, archivist of the Holy See. Her breath paused. The first line read, "I write this not as history, but as remembrance." Hour after hour, she read. Under the dim glow of a desk lamp, the account unfolded slowly, written with care, in the same gentle flow as a devotion. It described a chamber beneath St. Peter's Basilica, a discovery made in the year of our Lord 1975, and of a light hidden beneath stone, a light that recalled humanity's first morning. At first, she dismissed it as a legend, the sort of myth that clings to old institutions. But there was something in the feeling, the sincerity, the detail, the quiet conviction that stayed in her thoughts long after she shut the book. The following morning, Emilia asked for access to the old underground maps of the basilica. They were incomplete, yet she noticed something strange. An empty area directly beneath the red wall tomb where St. Peter was believed to be laid to rest. The space was marked only Locus Primus. No explanation, no measurements. That night, long after the archives had closed, she returned. The Vatican was hushed, the air heavy with reverence. Guided by the beam of her small flashlight, she followed the old stairs downward, past halls lined with marble and stillness. Each step carried her deeper into history and deeper into the words she had read. Beneath the holy city sleeps the truth of all mankind. Finally, she found it. A narrow doorway, partially hidden in shadow, sealed with the symbol of the crossed keys. Its hinges were rusty, its surface cold to her touch. Her heart quickened. She raised her light and saw, faintly etched into the stone next to the door, the emblem of an open eye. Her breath shook. "Lorenzo," she murmured, as if his name alone was a key. And somewhere deep within the earth, unseen, a single beat of golden light stirred, the first pulse of a memory ready to reawaken. The air in the passage felt ancient, like the breath of time itself. Dust swirled in the narrow ray of Emilia's flashlight as she approached the door. The carved eye on the stone seemed almost aware, its look soft yet demanding, as if it had been expecting her. Her fingers shook as she wiped away centuries of build-up, revealing beneath the symbol a faint Latin etching worn by age. Sub lumine veritas. Beneath the light, the truth. Her heart hammered. The phrase appeared in Father Lorenzo's journal. She recalled the line perfectly. When the light returns to the chamber, truth shall awaken from its sleep. She searched around for a mechanism or keyhole, but there was none. Only the cold, smooth stone and the deep quiet of the Vatican's lower levels. Then, with a hesitant hand, she turned off her light. For a moment there was just darkness, complete and total. And then it happened. A slight glow rose from the eye carved in the door, as if brightness were seeping out of the stone itself. The light expanded slowly, tracing the outline of the door in gold. Dust lifted from the floor, rising upward like golden powder. The air hummed low, the same sound Lorenzo had once heard, though she couldn't have known it. Emilia stepped back, holding her breath. "Dear God," she whispered. The line of the door split open. A soft rush of warm air flowed outward, carrying with it the scent of earth and something else, something clean, almost metallic, like the air after a rainstorm. The light within was gentle, not harsh, and seemed to move like something alive. Flashlight in hand once more, Emilia stepped through. The chamber stretched before her, vast and quiet. Its walls were alive with faint streaks of gold, beating softly as though recalling their old pattern. At the centre stood a stone surface, smooth and round, and upon it rested a shape carved of marble, peaceful, ageless, its hands open as if offering. The sculpture's eyes were closed, its face serene, and in its palms rested a small sphere of glass. Inside the sphere, faint light spun, shifting like mist around a flame. Emilia moved closer slowly. Every instinct told her she was standing inside something far older than the Vatican itself. The very air pulsed with meaning. When she reached the sculpture, she saw that beneath the sphere, carved into the stone base, were words she could barely make out. She leaned close and traced them with her fingertip. To remember is to awaken. To awaken is to become. The sphere pulsed. A thin thread of golden light escaped it, curling around her hand. It did not burn. It felt warm, gentle, alive. She tried to withdraw, but the light moved with her, flowing up her arm. It pulsed once, twice, and then a voice filled the chamber, soft, calm, and neither male nor female. "You are the child of light, as were they before you. The covenant sleeps no longer." The sphere grew brighter, filling the chamber with gold. For a moment, Emilia saw shapes in the light, figures moving among stars, hands raised toward the sky, voices singing in harmony with the cosmos itself. Then, as quickly as it came, the light dimmed. She was alone again. The sphere lay still, but when she looked down, she saw that something had changed. Carved into the floor where she stood were new words, fresh, as if etched that very moment. "Remember, for those who have forgotten." Her hand shook over the inscription. She whispered, "Lorenzo, you were right." Then, far above, the bells of St. Peter's began to ring. The sound rolled through the stone down into the chamber like the voice of the earth itself. Emilia looked up toward the ceiling, toward the world that had no idea what had just stirred beneath it. And as the last echo faded, the sphere in the sculpture's hands pulsed once more, not in farewell, but in acknowledgement. The light had found its next guardian. Emilia stood still, her flashlight beam shaking against the golden walls. The air felt energized, as if the chamber itself had taken a breath after centuries of silence. The etching at her feet glowed faintly, beating in time with her heart. She wanted to speak, but words felt too small for the magnitude of the moment. Every sound in that room, every soft echo of water dripping, every whisper of air felt profound. When she finally did move, it was slow, respectful. She placed her hand upon the sculpture's arm. The marble was warm to the touch. Not just stone, not any more. The light within the sphere flickered again, and as it did, a shape appeared beneath the table. A small box, partially covered in dust, its edges gleaming faintly. Her breath caught. It was the same design described in Lorenzo's journal, etched with spirals and celestial patterns marked by the Vatican symbol. Kneeling, she brushed the dust away. The box was lighter than she'd expected. No lock, no seal. Her hands trembled as she lifted the lid. Inside lay a folded piece of parchment wrapped in linen. The edges were browned with age, but the writing upon it shone faintly, as though the ink itself recalled the light that had formed it. She unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was elegant, deliberate, the same she had seen in the diary upstairs. "To whomever finds this," it began, "know that the truth you seek is not new. It is as old as your own breath. We were not the first to awaken it, and you will not be the last. Guard it not with silence, but with wisdom. The light is not to be kept, it is to be carried." At the bottom, a signature, Father Lorenzo da Firenze. Emilia closed her eyes. For a long moment she said nothing. The weight of centuries seemed to rest upon her shoulders. She could almost hear his voice through the words, calm and patient, guiding her through the dark as he had once guided Matteo. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed something else inside the box. A small metallic disc, dulled by age, etched with the same map of stars that Lorenzo had once discovered. She lifted it toward the faint glow of the sphere. As the light touched it, the stars etched on its surface came alive, lining up into patterns she did not know. And then something remarkable happened. The light from the disc projected upward, painting the walls with moving constellations, an entire sky unfolding before her. It was not the sky of modern Rome. It was older, strange, and beautiful, with unknown stars blazing in patterns that no astronomer could name. In that moment, Emilia understood. This was not merely history. This was memory. The memory of the first world, the one that existed before language, before the church, before mankind had forgotten its place among the stars. She whispered the words carved into the statue's base. "To remember is to awaken." The chamber responded with a low hum, deep and resounding. The golden light brightened, wrapping her in warmth that felt like both peace and a calling. And then, in a voice so gentle it could have been her own thought, the light spoke once more. "Tell them when they are ready." The truth was never lost, only waiting. When Emilia returned to the surface, dawn was breaking over the city. The dome of St. Peter's glowed in the early light. Travellers filled the square, unaware that below their feet the first morning of humanity had just stirred again. She clutched the parchment to her chest, its ink still faintly warm. For the first time she understood what Father Lorenzo had meant all those years ago. You cannot bury light. It finds its way through stone. And as the morning sun rose over Rome, Emilia felt the truth moving quietly within her. Patient, eternal, and alive once more beneath the light. For days after her discovery, Emilia couldn't sleep. Her mind replayed the golden light, the murmur that had filled the chamber, and the soft warmth of the marble statue as if it had been alive. Each night she lay awake, staring at the ceiling of her small Vatican apartment, listening to the far-off bells of St. Peter's chiming through the dark. She had told no one, not yet. A secret of this magnitude did not belong in official reports or news articles. It was too fragile, too sacred, like a flame that could die in the wrong hands. Still, she felt its importance inside her, the urge to remember. Each morning she returned to her tasks in the archives. The halls felt changed now. Every sound, the creak of an old shelf, the rustle of papers reminded her of what she had seen. Sometimes she thought she heard the faint hum again, the same one that had filled the chamber, as if the memory of that place followed her like a second life. One afternoon she found herself sitting in the reading room where Lorenzo's journal still rested on the desk. She opened it again, slowly, respectfully. Between its final pages she noticed something she had missed before. A smaller note, folded twice and tucked deep within the binding. It was written in the same calm hand. "If you have come this far, then you too have heard the whisper. The light is not ours to keep. It will find you when the world begins to forget again. When that time comes, do not protect it with silence. Protect it with grace." Emilia traced the words with her fingertips. She could almost picture him sitting in that same room decades before, writing by candlelight, knowing that someday someone like her would find these words and carry them forward. That night, as the city settled into quiet, she walked to the balcony that overlooked St. Peter's Square. Rome shone under a canopy of stars. Somewhere beneath her feet, the chamber slept once more. She closed her eyes and breathed in the cool night air. A memory rose in her, the golden chamber glowing like sunrise beneath the earth, the voice whispering, "Tell them when they are ready." And she realized that perhaps it was not the church or history that needed to be ready. Perhaps it was humanity itself. Weeks passed. Emilia began writing, not as a scholar, but as a storyteller. Late into the night, she filled page after page with her narrative, not of discovery, but of remembrance. She wrote as Lorenzo once had, calmly, reverently, like a peaceful song to time itself. When her manuscript was complete, she did not sign it with her name. Instead, she wrote a single line at the end. "This is a bedtime story about the light that made us human." Years later, the story would spread quietly through the world, shared between readers, murmured in classrooms, read aloud next to the glow of lamplight. Most called it a legend. Some said it was an allegory. A few, the ones who listened closely, felt something deeper. They would read the final line, pause and look up toward the night sky, where 1,000 ancient stars glittered softly above the earth. And somewhere deep beneath St. Peter's, the golden sphere pulsed once in the dark. Not forgotten, only waiting, as the memory of humanity's first light continued its quiet journey through the hearts of those still willing to remember. Decades passed, and the world changed again. The Vatican became quieter, more a refuge of memory than a centre of authority. The old archives were digitized, the dust of centuries brushed away. And yet, somewhere in the deepest vaults, beyond what any index could reach, there still lingered the presence of something no scanner could capture. Dr. Emilia Rossi had long since retired, her hair silver and her hands softened by time. She lived not far from the Vatican walls, in a small apartment overlooking the Tiber River. Each evening she sat by her window with a single lamp lit, the hum of the city below blending with the slow rhythm of her thoughts. On her table lay a pile of papers, yellowed at the edges. Her manuscript, written so long ago, the one she'd never published under her name. The world had read it nonetheless. It had travelled quietly, like a secret shared in sleep. Scholars argued about it, believers quoted it, and wanderers whispered it under the stars. The light beneath Rome. They called it a myth, they said, a bedtime story about the Vatican's forgotten past. But Emilia knew the truth. Myths are only memories with soft edges. Sometimes she still dreamed of the chamber. In her dreams, the golden walls glowed faintly, and the statue's serene face turned toward her, its eyes filled with quiet knowing. Each time she woke, she felt that same tranquility, the kind that comes not from answers, but from remembering that some questions were never meant to end. One spring morning, she received a letter. The seal bore the symbol of the Holy See. She opened it slowly, expecting some formal notice or invitation, but inside was a single page with only a few lines written in elegant script. The archivists have uncovered a passage beneath the red wall. Your name was written upon the first page they found. Would you come? Her hands shook. For a long moment she simply stared at the words, hearing the soft echo of her own heart. Then, with the calmness of someone who had already walked once into mystery, she packed her small bag and made her way towards St. Peter's. The Vatican had changed, but the air beneath it had not. The corridors still smelled of candle wax and thyme. As she went down the familiar stairs, a faint light shimmered against the old stone. The same soft gold she remembered, alive again after so many years. When she reached the chamber, she stopped. The statue stood where it always had, untouched by the centuries. The sphere in its hands glowed faintly, steady as a heartbeat. But now there was something new. At the statue's feet, On the marble floor rested another small box, newer, crafted of polished oak, its seal unbroken. Her breath caught. She knelt and brushed the dust from its lid. The inscription carved upon it read, "For the next keeper of memory." With shaking hands, she opened it. Inside lay a simple piece of parchment, blank except for a single line written in glowing script. "Welcome back." Tears blurred her vision. She looked up at the statue, and for the briefest instant, just long enough to steal her breath, she saw its eyes open. Light filled the chamber, golden and endless, stretching beyond stone and time. She felt warmth flood through her, not as heat, but as understanding. Every life, every age, every soul was part of that same story. Each one a flicker of the light that first remembered itself. When the light faded, the chamber was silent again. The sphere still glowed, soft and patient. Emilia smiled through her tears. "I remember," she whispered. And somewhere far above in the city of Rome, the morning sun broke over the dome of St. Peter's. Its light spilled through the basilica, down the marble steps, and, just for a moment, seemed to touch even the stones below. The Vatican breathed. The light had found its way home once more. Emilia stood still in the afterglow, her breath slow and unsteady, her eyes reflecting the golden shimmer that lingered on the walls. The air felt alive again, soft, full, breathing, as though the chamber itself recognized her presence, as though it had been waiting for this precise moment in time. For the first time, she felt no fear, no burden of secrecy. The silence was not empty now, it was listening. She ran her fingers gently across the new box, tracing the inscription that had greeted her. "Welcome back." The letters still glowed faintly, fading only as her skin warmed the wood. It wasn't a message written to her alone. It was a call, a continuation, the same way Father Lorenzo's voice had once carried through the centuries to find her. The same way she now understood it would one day find someone else. She looked up at the statue once more. Its eyes were closed again, serene, eternal. But its expression seemed changed, softer, almost human. The sphere's light pulsed quietly in its hands, steady as a heartbeat. "I remember," Emilia whispered again. The words didn't echo. They were absorbed, taken into the stone, accepted. Then, from somewhere deep behind the statue, a faint sound stirred, the shifting of stone, the slow moan of hinges not touched for ages. A narrow slit of golden light appeared along the far wall. She turned, heart pounding as the light grew brighter. A doorway was opening. The glow spilled across the floor like sunrise stretching toward her feet. She stepped forward, the sound of her own heart almost drowning out the soft hum rising through the air. The walls beyond shimmered with faint symbols, the same flowing language she had seen before, alive and moving like threads of starlight. It was not another chamber. It was a passageway, a long straight corridor descending deeper into the earth. She hesitated only a moment, then stepped through. The floor beneath her glowed faintly with every step, as though the stone itself remembered the weight of human feet. The light followed her, slow and warm, leading her onward. The air smelled of dust, and something sweeter, incense perhaps, or the faint memory of flowers long turned to dust. At last she reached the end of the passage, where a vast circular door stood before her. Unlike the others, this one was not stone, but bronze, etched with constellations that seemed to shimmer faintly in her light. At its centre, she saw the familiar symbol, the open eye, surrounded by rays of light. Below it, a single inscription was carved, simple and haunting. Every generation awakens one keeper. When she remembers, the light moves forward. Her hands trembled. The chamber wasn't a tomb. It was a pulse, a cycle of remembrance, each discovery awakening the next. She reached out and placed her hand upon the eye. The bronze was warm beneath her touch. The bronze constellations flared for an instant, forming shapes she did not recognize, galaxies turning like wheels, stars aligning, time folding upon itself. A voice, gentle, ancient, familiar, filled her mind. You have walked the path of memory. Now walk the path of meaning. The bronze door opened silently, revealing darkness beyond. Not the void of absence, but the deep, living dark that exists before creation, the kind of silence that hums with potential. Emilia smiled through her tears. "Father Lorenzo," she whispered, her voice steady, "the light remembers us." Still and with calm, certain steps, she crossed the threshold into the darkness that glowed faintly with its own hidden dawn. Above, in the heart of Rome, the bells of St. Peter's began to ring, slow, resonant, and beautiful. Their echoes rolled through the city, down through the stone foundations and into the earth below, where the chamber of gold stirred once more, alive with the pulse of something eternal. The Vatican slept above, but beneath it the light, unbound, patient and sacred, continued its quiet journey forward through time, remembering every soul who had ever dared to listen. The air within the passage felt warm, breathing. The further Emilia walked, the softer the walls seemed to glow, until the bronze behind her sealed with a low, steady sigh, as though the chamber itself had exhaled. Ahead lay a vast cavern, carved not by hands, but by time. Its ceiling curved high above like the inside of a great dome, shimmering faintly with veins of crystal. Pools of clear water mirrored the dim light, so that every step Emilia took seemed to ripple through both stone and reflection. She stood at the threshold, her flashlight forgotten at her side. The faint glow that guided her came now from within her, the same golden warmth she had once felt in the statue's chamber. It pulsed gently in rhythm with her heartbeat, as if the light and her breath were one. In the centre of the cavern stood a pedestal of pure white marble. Resting upon it was a simple book, bound in faded leather. Its pages fluttered slightly, though no breeze touched them. On its cover was a single word, engraved deeply in the same ancient hand she had seen before: Genesis. Not the Genesis of the Bible. This one was older, its letters almost alien, yet immediately understood. Emilia approached slowly. Her footsteps echoed across the stone, swallowed by the calm air. She reached out and laid her hand upon the cover. The moment her skin met the leather, the air changed. The walls brightened. Symbols appeared all around her, moving, living, forming constellations that danced and reshaped like thoughts made visible. The book opened itself. The first page glowed faintly, the script shifting like water. The words formed in her mind rather than her eyes. In the beginning the light awakened itself, and through remembrance it became flesh. The children of light looked upon the stars and saw their own reflection. They called it creation, though it was only memory, reborn. Emilia felt tears gather in her eyes. She turned another page. The divine spark sleeps within all who dream. Each soul is a star forgotten by the heavens, waiting to return to the sky. When one remembers, the world moves closer to waking. He was lighting the oil lamps when the atmosphere around him seemed to ripple. He glanced toward the large dome and felt a soft vibration resonate deep within his chest, a slow, certain beat that was separate from his own. He spoke the word aloud, almost unconsciously. Jonas proceeded carefully into the intensifying luminescence. The air felt charged, vital, throbbing with a rhythm that synchronized with his own pulse. With every inhalation, he caught the subtle trace of dust, candle wax, and a much deeper note, the very scent of eternity. His own lamp sputtered, then dimmed as the golden radiance around him intensified, leading him forward. He arrived at the familiar archway where generations of keepers had stood before him. Father Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara. Though he knew none of their histories, their essence remained, like the quiet echo of countless devotional words. The crystalline orb, held in the statue's open hands, shone faintly, the same gentle shade as the sun rising over the Tiber River. Jonas dropped to his knees without conscious thought. His fingertips grazed the cold marble floor, tracing shallow lines etched into the stone. To his astonishment, the carvings were not random designs. They were ancient words, centuries old, inscribed by a multitude of hands over untold years. Sublumine veritas memoria est lux audi vocem. Listen to the voice. The deep drone intensified. The golden light flared once, twice. Then the enclosed chamber filled with a soft, expansive tone, like 1,000 hushed voices speaking as one. "Do you recall why you came here?" Jonas swallowed, his reply barely audible. I do not remember." The tone grew softer, warmer. "Then you have come for the most honest reason. All who search for true answers begin by finding silence." A faint breeze stirred the air, despite there being no open door. The orb's glow spread outward in ripples, forming indistinct shapes, vague visions that flickered across the chamber walls. He witnessed civilizations rise and dissolve, stars ignite and vanish, hands reaching for understanding and then letting it slip away. Humanity's recurring narrative unfolded in silence, the same inevitable cycle repeating, and throughout it all persisted the identical golden luminescence. The voice spoke again. "Every age forgets its path. Every age eventually rediscovers it. You are standing at the junction of both." Jonas felt tears begin to fill his eyes. "Why am I the one chosen?" "Because you stopped and paid attention," the voice answered calmly. "And because you will not attempt to control the light. Only those who listen intently can ensure it is passed on." The orb grew brighter until the walls themselves seemed to draw breath. Jonas lifted his hand, and for a fleeting moment he believed he saw other hands beside his. Translucent, shimmering, layered over his own. Lorenzo's, Emilia's, Luca's, Amara's, all reaching together across the vastness of time toward that single source of illumination. The deep hum transformed into music, not loud or majestic, but tender, purely human, woven from the sound of every heart that had ever remembered. And then, gently, the voice concluded, "It is your turn to record." When the intense light receded, Jonas found himself kneeling before the ancient statue once more. The orb continued its faint glow, but its deep warmth now resided within his own heart. On the floor before him lay a small leather-bound volume, its pages blank, waiting. He picked it up with shaking hands. The cover was marked with a single, simple emblem, the open eye. Beneath it, 3 words faintly shimmered in an old gold hue. "For the next keeper." Jonas smiled through the tears streaming down his face. He pressed his hand against the cover, and for the first time he felt the resonating hum, not through the stone or the air, but directly through himself. He finally understood. When he emerged from the deep chamber, the sun was just beginning to rise over the ancient city of Rome. The first bells of St. Peter's rang out softly, their sound floating like a quiet exhalation over the city's rooftops. The great city and the life below began to stir awake, entirely unaware that its oldest secret had once more shared a quiet word. Jonas walked into the sunlit square, the morning light painting streaks of gold across the uneven cobblestones. He sat by a fountain and carefully opened the empty book. A breeze moved through the piazza, gentle and warm, as if turning the first page for him. He began to write, his hand steady, his spirit calm. Beneath the colossal stones of the Vatican, the ancient story of humanity sleeps, waiting, as it has always done, for the next solitary soul to remember its existence. and far below in the hushed, deep chamber, the orb pulsed one single, slow, patient, eternal beat. The quiet hum continued, steady and low, threading its way through all the intervening centuries. The light had found a new voice, and through him it had begun its journey again. Faith had become memory. Memory had transformed into light, and the world, though it had not yet registered the change, had already started to awaken. Years passed by like the soft turning of pages. Jonas remained at the Vatican, though not in the role of a priest or a scholar, but as something quieter, a simple caretaker of the profound silence. He spent his days in the archives, looking after books that few ever opened, carefully mending the brittle spines of time itself. He spoke very little, prayed constantly, and listened. Always. Those who knew him sensed a quality about him they could not quite define, a profound stillness that felt far older than his actual years, as though he had journeyed a great distance before finally arriving here. And though he never once mentioned the hidden chamber or the glowing orb or the resonant hum that lived beneath the earth, it went with him everywhere. At night, when the entire city of Rome lay sleeping, he would walk through the empty basilica, letting the soft echo of his own footsteps fill the massive space. He often stopped directly beneath the magnificent dome, where the moonlight spilled like shimmering silver water across the polished marble. And there, in the quiet, he would feel it again, a faint internal warmth in his chest, the light gently pulsing in synchronization with his steady heart. Sometimes when the bells rang at the break of dawn, he would think of the others, the keepers who had preceded him. He still did not know all their names, yet he felt their presence near. Lorenzo's deep patience, Emilia's gentle wonder, Luca's abiding faith, Amara's perfect calm. They lived on through him, each heartbeat a continuation of the same never-ending story. He often found himself pondering how long the quiet cycle would continue. How many more keepers would be silently called? How many times the world would have to forget and then eventually remember again? And always the same unspoken answer came to him, not in the form of actual words, but as an overwhelming sense of profound peace. As long as humanity simply remembers to listen. One cold winter evening, as the entire city lay completely shrouded in a dense fog, Jonas felt a palpable stirring deep beneath the foundation. The ancient hum intensified. The stones themselves seemed to exhale. He stopped walking, his lantern held steadily in his hand, and listened intently. It was not a calling this time, but a quiet, solemn farewell. The sensation of something essential passing its tremendous strength onward. He returned to his small room and opened the leather-bound book the light had gifted him. For years he had filled its pages with his dreams, his inner thoughts, the quiet visions that came to him during prayer, but now the pages were almost completely full. Only a single blank one remained. He sat quietly for a long time, his pen held poised above the paper. Outside, the great bells began to softly toll the hour. He offered a faint smile, and then he carefully wrote the final closing line. The light beneath the Vatican is not actually hidden. It moves and lives among us. For wherever a human heart chooses to remember, the world is reborn again. As he gently laid down his pen, the single candle by his bedside flickered once, briefly glowing a soft, familiar gold. Jonas leaned back in his wooden chair, his breathing soft, his eyes peaceful and gentle. When the dawn finally arrived, they discovered him still sitting there, peaceful, serene, a faint, gentle smile still resting upon his lips. Beside him, the sacred book was closed, its pages warm to the slightest touch. A faint shimmer ran across its worn cover, and when the monks carefully lifted it, they noticed new words deeply engraved into its leather spine. Lux transit, sed non perit. The light passes on, but it is not lost. That night, Long after the great city had fallen utterly silent, a soft pulse of golden light rose once more from beneath St. Peter's, climbing slowly through the marble. It rose through the air, through the clouds, until it merged completely with the stars above the entire city of Rome. And somewhere in a quiet, distant home, a young child stirred restlessly in her sleep. She dreamed of vast corridors of brilliant gold, of heavy stone walls that softly hummed, of quiet voices whispering across the immense chasm of time. When she awoke, she told her mother she had heard a beautiful song coming from deep under the earth, soft, tender, and endless. Her mother smiled gently, brushing her hair back from her face. "That was only your imagination, my dear." But the child slowly shook her head. "No," she insisted softly. "It was a memory being shared, far below, completely unseen, and profoundly eternal." The orb of pure light pulsed one single time, steady, absolutely alive, and patiently waiting. And in that single, profound pulse, the ancient story began once more. The child grew older, as all children must, and the city of Rome matured right alongside her. Her name was Sophia, born on a bright spring morning when the bells of St. Peter's seemed to ring out louder than they ever had, though no one could say why. She lived with her mother in a modest apartment overlooking the Tiber, the very river that had reflected candlelight and countless secrets for centuries. From the moment she could speak her first words, Sophia was visited by dreams. They were never frightening, only strange dreams of quiet, enormous rooms lit by a soft golden fire, of unseen voices speaking softly from beneath the earth. Sometimes she would wake with strange words on her tongue that her mother couldn't understand. Latin, perhaps, though neither of them knew the language. As she got older, the dreams became less frequent, but the feeling they left behind never faded. It was as if something was patiently waiting for her, not demanding her attention, but calmly waiting, like an understanding teacher who already knows the difficult lesson. By the time she reached 18, she often walked to St. Peter's by herself. She would sit near the massive columns of the square and carefully sketch faces, archways, and the small, intricate details of the stonework that no one else ever seemed to notice. She drew not from her imagination, but from a deep internal recollection. One late afternoon, as the sun began to sink low behind the dome, an elderly archivist approached her. His face was kind, deeply etched with the years of quiet, devoted study. "You have visited this place often," he observed. Sophia offered a gentle smile. "I appreciate the quiet here." He nodded slowly. "Then perhaps you hear things better than most people." He held out a small, worn envelope. "This was left here for someone who would truly understand its contents. I believe it is meant for you." Inside was a thin sheet of parchment written in faded ink. "Follow the hum. Remember the light." Her heart began to race, though she could not explain the feeling. The words felt utterly familiar, like something she had once heard long ago in a dream. That night she found herself unable to sleep. When she finally drifted off, she dreamed of corridors deep beneath the basilica, lit not by harsh torches, but by shimmering veins of light that pulsed softly through the thick walls. The next morning, well before dawn, she walked to the Vatican. The guards offered a respectful nod, recognizing her as one of the regular visitors to the sacred grounds. She wandered through the vast basilica until she came to the marble stairs that descended toward the ancient crypts. She paused for only a brief moment, then began to follow the echo of her own steps, downward. The air grew perceptibly cooler. The silence grew heavier, more profound. Yet beneath all of it she caught a faint sound, a low vibration, steady, incredibly ancient. The hum. She followed it through the narrow, twisting corridors until the stone walls opened into a vast, serene chamber she had never known existed. There stood the statue, utterly serene and eternal, the glowing orb still resting softly in its hands. She felt no trace of fear, only a deep, profound recognition. The light pulsed one single time as she took a step forward. The chamber filled with a soft warmth, and the same voice that had once spoken to Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, and Jonas whispered again, timeless and calm. "You have remembered your purpose." Sophia fell heavily to her knees, hot tears blurring her vision. "Who exactly are you?" "We are the essence that remains of your very first memory," the voice replied softly. "The light that walked beside you when the world was new and untouched. You have heard us many times before, in your dreams, in moments of deep silence, in the empty spaces between your words. We have not vanished. We have only been patiently waiting." The orb intensified its glow, its golden light washing completely over her. Visions flooded her mind, a long, unbroken line of hands passing the same eternal flame through countless centuries, each one quietly whispering the same single word: remember. When the brilliant light finally faded, the chamber returned to its deep stillness. Sophia rose slowly, her hand resting against her own heart, where she could still distinctly feel the echo of that recent warmth. The statue's expression seemed to have subtly changed, its silent smile softer now, almost human. At the base of the pedestal, new words shimmered faintly. "The keeper is newly born." Sophia offered a gentle smile through her tears. "Then I will safeguard the memory," she whispered. When she finally left the basilica, dawn had fully broken. The first touch of morning light illuminated the dome, briefly turning it to a luminous gold. People passing through the square paused, some without understanding why, and felt a strange, inexplicable calm settle over their spirits. Far beneath their restless feet, the hum pulsed one single, soft, eternal living beat. And as the sun rose higher above the eternal city, the unending cycle began once more. A child had remembered, the light had made its choice, and the story, patient as it always is, whispered into the beginning of a new age. Faith is simply remembering what the soul has never truly forgotten. The years began to unfold around Sophia, like the deliberate turning of an ancient, sacred page. She grew into adulthood quietly, the way light spreads through beautiful stained glass, slowly, gently, without ever forcing its own way. Life in Rome seemed utterly ordinary to any casual observer. She studied history at the Pontifical University, worked in the archives part-time, and spent her evenings sketching by the river. Yet within her, the constant hum never fully ceased. It was not loud or demanding. It lived beneath her steady heartbeat, calm and consistent, quietly reminding her that the hidden chamber beneath St. Peter's still breathed, that the light still preserved the memory. Sometimes, when she touched the oldest, most fragile manuscripts, she felt a subtle warmth bloom under her fingertips, faint but unmistakably real. Certain letters would momentarily shimmer in her vision before fading. A memory that was not her own would flicker at the edges of her thoughts, hands gently turning yellowed pages by the soft candlelight. A solemn priest whispering quiet prayers, a young woman writing by a window as the church bells rang softly in the distance. One late autumn evening, as a heavy rain swept over the city, Sophia stayed late in the Vatican archives. Most of the staff had long gone home and the low-burning lamps cast deep shadows. She heard the distant thunder rumbling far above, but beneath it another sound began to rise, the familiar hum, deeper now, resonating palpably through the stone floor. She set her pen down immediately and stood perfectly still. The vibration filled her chest cavity, soft yet undeniably urgent. Then she heard the whisper, not outside her, but from deep within. "It is time." Her breath momentarily caught in her throat. "Time for what?" she murmured silently. The voice was utterly calm and patient. For remembrance to finally live again above the earth. She finally understood. The keepers before her had always written in secret and in protection. But the world had radically changed. The profound truth could no longer remain hidden in absolute silence. It needed to speak in a new, accessible language to reach hearts that were too far removed from stillness. Sophia quietly closed the archives for the night and walked through the rain-soaked streets toward her small apartment. When she reached her desk, she lit a single candle and opened a blank notebook. Her hand trembled at first, but then the words began to flow freely, not researched or planned, but rising naturally from that quiet hum deep inside her. She wrote not of spectacular miracles or profound secrets, but of simple memory, of how every single human being carried a tiny spark of the same golden light that had quietly slept beneath the Vatican for millennia. She wrote of Father Lorenzo's deep loneliness, of Emilia's boundless wonder, of Luca's enduring devotion, of Amara's perfect peace, and of Jonas's final quiet understanding that the divine was not actually buried beneath heavy stone, but was actively walking in every heart that made the choice to listen. Her words were gentle, luminous, written in a voice that could cradle the weary and calmly soothe the restless. It read like sacred scripture, but also like a tender lullaby. When she finished writing, dawn was breaking. The candle had burned completely low, the last curl of smoke gently dissolving into the air. Sophia set down her pen and whispered softly, "It is finished." The hum immediately quieted, as if the entire world had collectively taken a deep breath. Her book, The Memory of Light, spread quietly, at first shared only by a few readers, then by interested scholars, then by those who yearned for inner peace more than specific answers. It was rapidly translated into dozens of different languages, though no one could ever say for sure exactly who had initially published it. And slowly, gently, the world began a subtle shift. Churches reopened their doors for silent hours. Cities dimmed their extensive lights once a week so people could clearly see the stars. And even those who had long abandoned faith began to speak of stillness as something inherently sacred. Sophia never accepted credit. She continued her quiet, daily work, living simply, visiting St. Peter's every single morning. When she prayed, she did not ask for personal strength or for salvation, only for remembrance. Years later, when she was very old and the city had grown bright and restless once again, she returned to the basilica one final time. She knelt beneath the great dome where the golden light of the morning sun spilled across the cold marble. Her hand trembled slightly, but her smile was steady and unwavering. "It will remember," she whispered. "It always finds a way." When she closed her eyes for the last time, she saw them all, the long line of keepers stretching far back through time, each one carrying the same golden hum, the same quiet, solemn vow. And somewhere far beneath her feet, the orb pulsed, once brighter than it had been in many centuries. This time the light did not stay below the surface. It rose, gentle and wide, passing directly through the stone and into the open air above the square. It shimmered across the clouds like the dawn arriving ahead of schedule, washing the entire city in a profound gold. For a brief, timeless moment, all of Rome utterly paused. The entire world fell quiet, and in that deep silence, every soul felt it. The hum, the warmth, the profound sense that something ancient and kind was awakening once more. And though very few people could accurately name it, many found themselves whispering the same single word, soft as a prayer, steady as light itself, remember? The golden glow lingered for a brief moment longer, then gently faded into the rising morning sun. Beneath the eternal city, the chamber of light grew still once more, content, utterly peaceful, alive, knowing the quiet cycle would inevitably begin again when the world was finally ready. And above, the immense bells of St. Peter's rang their slow, resonant song through the dawn, carrying the oldest story ever told, that faith is not the frantic search for God, but the calm remembrance of the light. The city awoke beneath a sky that still glowed faintly gold, as though the dawn had simply forgotten to fully fade away. For a few brief hours Rome felt strangely weightless, quieter, lighter, as if every common sound echoed through a gentler, softer world. The tourists who gathered in St. Peter's Square that morning spoke in hushed, low voices, unsure why their hearts felt strangely full and peaceful. Even the pigeons, so accustomed to the daily chaos of the crowds, circled higher and much slower above the basilica's great dome, their wings catching the last remnants of that lingering, brilliant light. Sophia's eventual passing became known only several days later. There was no public ceremony, no formal procession, only a very brief mention in the Vatican's internal bulletin. Sister Sophia de Rossi, dedicated archivist and profound historian, entered eternal rest this week. Her important writings have been preserved for careful study, but by then her impactful words had already begun to move throughout the world on their own. The book she had quietly written, The Memory of Light, was being read aloud in homes, monasteries, and quiet, secluded corners of the world. Its language was beautifully simple but radiant with truth, like a story told by someone who had personally seen the truth and wanted only to whisper it gently to others. People claimed it calmed their sleep, that its gentle rhythm slowed their frantic thoughts, that it reminded them of something they had never been explicitly taught, but somehow already knew deep inside. And so, without any formal plan or loud proclamation, a quiet movement slowly began. Pilgrims returned to Rome not out of religious duty, but out of a deep, heartfelt longing. They came not to ask for extravagant miracles, but simply to listen. They sat silently in the square at night when the city lights dimmed, closing their eyes to deeply feel the constant hum beneath the cobblestones. Many firmly claimed they could hear it, that soft ancient vibration that once called to Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, Jonas, and Sophia. Scientists also arrived. They brought various instruments, sensors and scanners, convinced they could physically locate the precise source of the energy beneath the basilica. They found nothing at all, at least nothing that was physically measurable. But several of them, after descending into the old catacombs, emerged in profound silence. Their expressions were deeply changed, as if they had been shown a memory rather than solving a mystery. The church hierarchy watched carefully. Some within the Curia feared a resurgence of ancient myth and heresy. Others saw in it a welcome, profound renewal of faith. The Pope at the time, an aging man with gentle eyes like moonlight, chose neither fear nor the desire for control. Let it happen, he instructed his concerned advisers. If the light chooses to remember, then perhaps we should do so too. He ordered that the Vatican archives remain open longer each night, that countless candles be lit throughout the halls as they once were. Centuries ago, the Vatican, for the first time in living memory, felt profoundly alive again. Not as a symbol of immense power, but as a quiet house of deep, resonant breathing. And somewhere far below, the chamber of gold remained utterly undisturbed. The orb glowed faintly, pulsing in a rhythm older than any human language, slower than any known clock. Its light reached no human eyes now. Yet somehow the world above seemed undeniably brighter for its silent presence. One night, many years later, a small child, a girl no older than 7, was brought by her loving father to St. Peter's. The square was completely empty, the air cool and silver under the brilliant moon. The father lifted her gently into his arms and pointed toward the massive dome. "Do you see the beautiful light up there?" he inquired. She nodded sleepily. "It feels warm," she responded. He smiled quietly. "It has always been warm." The child leaned her head against his comforting shoulder. "Can you hear it?" she whispered. "Hear what, my dear?" The soft song, she murmured. It is coming from deep under the ground. Her father chuckled softly. But before he could offer an answer, a single clear bell rang out from the basilica. Deep, low, absolutely beautiful. The immense sound rolled through the square like the gentle breath of the earth itself. The child smiled gently in her sleep, and deep below, completely unseen, the orb pulsed one more time, slow and gentle, as though answering her. In that precious moment, the long chain remained completely unbroken. The keepers themselves were gone, but the essential memory lived on, passing quietly through dream, through voice, through a shared bloodline. And so the ancient story continued as it always would. Not through a grand revelation or sudden prophecy, but through something far more humble and quiet. A whisper, a deep hum, a steady heartbeat. Beneath the Vatican, the eternal light calmly rested. Neither a guarded secret nor an unexplainable miracle, but a simple profound truth written indelibly in the soul of every single human being. Faith endured, memory continued to breathe, and the light, patient as it had always been, waited for the next person to simply remember. Centuries passed. The world changed once more, rapidly reshaping itself in ways the old keepers could never have remotely imagined. The sky became filled with quiet, gliding machines that moved smoothly above the clouds. Cities buzzed with living light, and time itself seemed to move infinitely faster, yet the profound rhythm of the human heart remained exactly the same. St. Peter's Basilica still stood, its ancient stones worn smooth by 1,000 generations of devoted pilgrims. The square around it had grown wider, quieter. Vast gardens now covered the rooftops of the entire city of Rome, their deep greenery spilling like a powerful memory across the urban landscape. Yet beneath it all, the enduring hum still lived, steady and patient, pulsing through the earth as if the world's very heartbeat had never faltered. In a distant century, long after Sophia's humble name had become an inspiring legend, a young scholar named Aurelio Moretti came to the Vatican. He was not a priest nor a religious believer, but a devoted historian, one deeply fascinated by the persistent, recurring myths of the Keepers of Light. The old stories greatly intrigued him. Detailed accounts of hidden chambers, glowing orbs, and strange, wordless visions shared by generations of faithful archivists. He did not believe any of the fantastic stories, but something about the consistent pattern, the constant repetition through all the ages, drew him in powerfully. He arrived one cold winter evening as a soft snow drifted quietly across the vast square. The air was still and the basilica loomed in deep shadow, its dome catching the faint silver light of the moon. Aurelio stood there for a very long time, his notebook held firmly in his hand, and considered how many countless feet had crossed those same worn stones before his own. Inside, the Vatican's archives felt far more like a lingering memory than a mere building. The heavy scent of parchment and old oil, the quiet whisper of turning paper, the faint gentle flicker of the ancient lamps. The stillness was absolute. He found both a strange peace and a deep unease in the complete silence. The further he proceeded, the more the quiet seemed to resonate, not as an audible noise but as an actual vibration. It pulsed up through the floor, the heavy walls, and even within his own body. He stopped, pressing his palm to the cold stone, and although he would later dismiss it as an illusion, he felt a faint, rhythmic throbbing. The following morning he requested permission to enter a seldom-used wing of the archives, a section his research suggested had once been part of the ancient structures beneath St. Peter's. The curator hesitated before giving her approval, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "People who venture down there," she murmured, "sometimes return fundamentally altered." He gave a slight smile. "If so, perhaps that is the change I am seeking." That night, carrying a lone lantern, he made his descent down the tight staircase below the basilica. Dust billowed with every downward step. The air grew noticeably warmer, and the silence intensified. When he reached the bottom landing, he discerned something carved into the stone, almost erased by time, yet readable. Audi vocem. Listen to the voice. He slowly let out a breath. It's only a story, he whispered to himself. But the resonant hum deepened, faint, yet utterly distinct. He tracked it down the passage until the atmosphere began to illuminate, subtly at first, then growing brighter, like the sun rising underwater. The chamber opened wide before him. The carved figure was unchanged, its stone expression serene, the orb resting in its grasp, radiating a delicate golden light. Aurelio froze, breathing shallowly in amazement. The legends were true. He moved closer, his lantern casting flickering shadows. "What are you?" he softly asked. The air around the statue shimmered. A deep warmth enveloped him, not terrifying, but immense, as if every beat of every heart throughout all time had suddenly synchronized with his own. And then, just as it had for centuries, the voice spoke, gentle, patient, enduring. "You have come to remember." He dropped to his knees. "Remember what? That you are not separate from the light. You are its living continuation." The orb surged with light, saturating the space in gold. For a brief moment, Aurelio saw every one of them, the entire line of guardians stretching back through the ages, their faces calm, their gaze clear. Father Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, Jonas, Sophia. He felt their presence as a heat in his own veins. When the intense light receded, the chamber was silent again. The orb gave one final pulse, steady, alive. Aurelio stood up slowly, tears welling in his eyes, and whispered, "Then I will listen." "The story never ends," the voice responded, soft as a gentle exhalation. "It only ends when humanity ceases listening." He nodded, finally understanding. "Now I will hear." When he emerged onto the surface, dawn had broken. The bells of St. Peter's began to toll over the snow-covered city, their sound echoing through history. Aurelio stood in the wide square, watching the lights spread over the basilica's dome. He now felt the hum inside him, quiet, persistent, eternal. And far beneath the ground, in the golden chamber, the orb pulsed once more, its radiance faintly catching the statue's calm face. The memory survived. The guardian had awakened. And so, beneath the Vatican's ancient stones, the story began anew, waiting, as it always had, for the next soul to remember. Aurelio returned to his small apartment overlooking the river that night, unable to sleep. The city was hushed, save for the slow movement of the Tiber beneath his window, its dark waters reflecting the moon's glimmer. He sat at his desk for hours, his lamp still lit, the warmth of the chamber still faintly pulsing in his chest. He opened his journal and attempted to record what he had seen, but the correct words escaped him. How could he possibly describe a light that felt like a memory, or a voice that spoke not into the air but directly to the soul? He had dedicated his life to studying language and symbols, yet what he had experienced belonged to something far older than either. He managed to write just one sentence before stopping. "The light is not kept, it keeps us." For many evenings, he returned to the archives, drawn back as if by a magnetic force. Sometimes he would simply sit near the sealed stairway, feeling the resonant hum move through the ancient stone. Other times he explored the basilica after hours, running his fingers along the carved designs in the columns. He began to see patterns there, the same celestial alignments he had seen in the golden chamber, the same flow of symbols that connected heaven, earth, and mankind. It seemed as though the entire Vatican had been constructed as a navigational chart leading toward that secluded place of illumination. Aurelio began to write once more, not as a factual record, not as an academic treatise, but as a kind of deep contemplation. He wrote of time as a continuous loop instead of a straight line, of memory as the only version of eternity the human heart could comprehend. He wrote of faith as something not to be intellectually believed, but simply to be remembered. He never planned to publish his work, yet somehow his thoughts found their way into the world. A friend working in the archives copied a few pages, and those pages circulated first among scholars, then among travellers, then among ordinary people who simply craved a quiet meaning. Within a few years, his writings began to spread widely, much as Sophia's had centuries earlier. People started calling it the Return of Light, though Aurelio had never given it a name. It became a book that was read slowly, like a devotional practice. It did not instruct people on what to accept. It only invited them to listen to the silence beneath all the noise, to the deep rhythm beneath all conscious thought, to the resonant hum beneath life itself. And in that quiet observation, something started to shift across the world. Churches reopened, not as historical monuments, but as sanctuaries dedicated to stillness. People came together not to be told what to think, but simply to sit in shared silence. The world, exhausted by ceaseless activity, began to rediscover peace. Aurelio aged, his hair turning completely silver. He continued his private work in the Vatican, never mentioning the secret chamber again. But occasionally, as he walked through the great basilica, he would notice a visitor suddenly stop mid-step, turn their head slightly and offer a soft smile, as if hearing something faint and familiar echoing in the stone walls. He would smile in return, knowing the resonant hum had never truly faded. It was spreading once more, not through the stone, but through human hearts. In his final years, he often dreamed of the orb. He saw it, not hidden beneath the Vatican, but shining in the sky, immense and golden, touching every part of the horizon at once. And in that brilliant light, he heard the same voice that had spoken to all the guardians before him. The light was never yours to own. It was always within them. He passed away peacefully one morning, sitting by his desk, the river light softly reflecting on his face. Beside him, his final page was open. On it, written in his precise handwriting, were the words, "We are not the keepers of the light. We are the light, remembering itself." When his body was laid to rest, the bells of St. Peter's tolled with a strange lingering quality, deeper, softer, almost like a collective sigh. And in that precise moment, far beneath the basilica, the orb pulsed, once, brighter than ever before. This time, the illumination did not remain hidden. It ascended unseen through the layers of stone, through the air, and through the hearts of everyone who heard the bells. The hum spread through the city, then the whole world, not as sound, but as an awakening stillness in every single soul that paused long enough to remember. And somewhere, perhaps in another time, another life, another heart, a new guardian stirred, guided by that same silent whisper that had led all of them through the centuries. The story, patient as eternity, took a breath once more. And in that profound breath, the earth itself seemed to whisper, "The light does not truly die. It only changes its dwelling." The centuries continued to turn, soft as the turning of a page. The world that followed Aurelio's time was quieter, gentler, not perfect, but undeniably more perceptive. The memory of the Vatican's hidden light had long faded into myth, yet some essence of it remained. Not recorded in chronicles or books, but integrated into the way humanity conducted itself. People spoke with greater care. They built things more slowly, listened for longer periods, and treated silence as something sacred. Once more, the endless din of the old ages, the perpetual motion, the headlong rush of progress without pause, had finally yielded to contemplation. Cities still glowed, but their lights were dimmed at night so the stars could be seen again. Even technology, immense and intricate, began to be employed to serve stillness instead of disrupting it. In this new era, children were taught to remain silent for 1 hour each day, not as a form of discipline but as a practice of remembrance. Teachers called it the listening hour. It involved no specific doctrine, no formal prayer, only quietude. Yet every child instinctively felt something there, a faint warm hum beneath their breastbone. The Vatican still stood, though its marble had been restored countless times. Deep beneath its foundations, the orb continued its pulse. Not brighter, not dimmer, simply steadfast. It had no further need to awaken, for it was no longer forgotten. Humanity had become its resonant echo. On the 5,000th anniversary of the Basilica's founding, a gathering was held. Not a religious ceremony, not a political coronation, but a shared vigil of silence. People arrived from every continent, not seeking to witness miracles, but simply to be still together beneath the same immense dome where everything had begun. Among them was a young girl named Leora. Her name meant light. She stood in the square with her mother, holding a small lantern. The air shimmered with the light of thousands of candle flames, tiny stars flickering in the deepening darkness. As the giant bells began their slow, deep tolling, the world fell completely silent. No words, no discernible movement, only breath and the palpable presence of time itself. And then, as if summoned by the quiet, something stirred deep beneath the city. The hum rose again, gentle yet unmistakable, ancient, patient, alive. It flowed through the ancient stones, through the night air, through the very hearts of every person gathered there. Leora gasped softly, her small lantern suddenly intensifying its glow. Her mother looked down in genuine surprise. "What's happening?" she whispered. The child's eyes were wide with wonder. "It's singing," she replied. The hum deepened further, blooming into an enveloping harmony. Not a melody created by instruments or human voices, but by the force of memory itself. It carried the echoes of all those who had gone before. Father Lorenzo's gentle calm, Emilia's searching wonder, Luca's quiet devotion, Amara's profound peace, Jonas's earnest listening, Sophia's enduring love, Aurelio's deep understanding. Their voices were woven through time until they became a single luminous thread. Above them, the grand dome of St. Peter's caught the moonlight and radiated with a light that seemed to emanate from within its very structure. The marble began to glow with a faint gold, as though recalling its own original purpose. The people remained motionless. They simply listened, thousands of synchronized hearts beating in silence, each person feeling the same core truth well up inside them. The light was not hidden beneath the Vatican. It was everywhere. The orb below pulsed one last time, slow and steady, then utterly dissolved, its golden radiance spreading upward like mist, seeping into the stones, the air, the sky. The chamber that had safeguarded it for millennia grew dark, empty, and peaceful. Its purpose had been completely fulfilled. Leora raised her small lantern high. Its flame wavered gently, then stabilized, shining with the exact same pure glow that had once resided beneath the earth. Around her, every other lantern began to brighten as well, until the entire square was filled with a radiant gold. "A whole sea of human light," her mother whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What is it, my dearest?" Leora smiled faintly. "It's us," she said. "We are what it was waiting for." The bells began to chime, slow and deep, rolling across the city like the measured heartbeat of the world. No one spoke a word. No one needed to speak. Every person present understood, not through intellect, but in the still place beneath all thought, where all deep memory resides. That night, the light that had been concealed for 2,000 years finally assumed its genuine form, not as a secret beneath stone, but as a profound remembrance within every living soul. The Vatican became not a historical monument, but a powerful symbol, not of what was kept buried, but of what had finally been discovered. And as the sun rose over the eternal city, the great light itself seemed to pause on the horizon, lingering in a golden hue as if unwilling to leave the silence it had found. Somewhere in that brief space between night and day, the final echo of the old voice whispered, not from the hidden chamber, not from the earth, but from within humanity itself. The light is not beneath you any longer. It is you. And with that, the long story that had its beginning beneath the Vatican so many centuries ago at last found its true home. Not by ending, but by becoming everything it was ever intended to be. The world remembered, and in the act of remembering, it fully awoke. Morning arrived softly over the eternal city. The low mist that had drifted along the Tiber slowly disappeared into the growing gold, and the rooftops of Rome began to glow with a quiet, lasting warmth. The bells of St. Peter's tolled, not with authority, but with celebration, slow, deep, and full, as though the world itself were letting out a long, grateful breath. Leora stood with her mother beneath the rising light, her small lantern now extinguished, though its glow still seemed to linger faintly in her cupped hands. All around her, thousands of people remained quietly. No one felt ready to depart. The very air felt changed, as though something immense and invisible had settled into the space between every one of them. Her mother knelt gently beside her. "Do you truly understand what occurred, my love?" Leora nodded, her eyes fixed on the dome that shone like a bright, living sun. "It remembered us," she whispered. In the days that followed, the world did not erupt into chaos or sudden miracles. There were no official declarations, no blazing headlines, no abrupt supernatural events. Instead, something far subtler took root, a pervasive calmness, a deep gentleness, a shared stillness that spread quietly from person to person, city to city. The resonant hum had returned, but this time it was present everywhere. In the footsteps on the cobblestone streets, in the slight wind that passed between towering cathedrals and skyscrapers, in the voices that now spoke softly instead of shouting. People began to listen again, genuinely listen to one another, to the entire world, to the sacred silence nestled between words. Across the globe, monuments that were once constructed for displays of power became places of quiet reflection. Music slowed its pace. Art became softer. The earnest pursuit of quiet meaning replaced the frantic hunger for noise. And in every human heart, even those who never spoke of religious faith, there grew a profound sense that something vast and fundamentally kind resided within them, something that had waited patiently for millennia to be remembered. Inside the Vatican, the archives were opened not just to accredited scholars, but to any person who wished to read. The ancient books, once kept under strict lock and secrecy, were placed for display in the clear light of day. The writings of Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, Jonas, Sophia, and Aurelio, once scattered throughout hidden manuscripts, were compiled together for the first time. They were named the Testament of the Light. It was not intended to be a scripture, but a shared remembrance. Its pages spoke not of divine commandments or miracles, but of deep listening, patience, genuine humility, and profound truth. It explained how faith and reason, long believed to be fundamentally separate, were in reality two mirrors reflecting the very same hidden glow. And at the absolute beginning of the book, inscribed in lasting gold, were the words that had been carried through every generation. Beneath the stones of the Vatican, the story of humanity sleeps, waiting to be remembered. That single line became a prayer without the need for religion, whispered in simple classrooms, on high mountain paths, at hospital bedsides, and in the quiet moments just before sleep. It became a comfort to those who were fearful, a promise to those who mourned, and a quiet light to those who felt doubt. Leora grew older in that radically changed world. She studied the vastness of the stars, just as Emilia had centuries before. She travelled to far-off places, gathering the simple stories of how the light had touched individual lives. But wherever she went, the hum followed her, soft, steady, patiently present. One evening, many years later, she returned to the city of Rome. The basilica still stood, timeless and fully alive, its massive stones radiating warmth beneath her hands. She entered alone, guided by the familiar sound she had known since childhood. The great nave was empty, lit only by the soft glow of candles. She walked slowly down the long aisle until she stood directly beneath the immense dome. The air around her faintly shimmered. "Are you still here?" she whispered, and for the very first time in centuries, the voice that had travelled through so many lives spoke one final time, not from the earth below, but from every direction at once. "I never left." Tears welled in her eyes. "Then what exactly do I do now?" The answer came as softly as a breath. "Live, listen, remember, and let the silence speak." She closed her eyes, and for a moment she felt the profound presence of all who had come before her, the keepers who had faithfully carried the flame, their unique light now an intrinsic part of her own. When she opened them again, dawn had broken over the city. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the high windows, filling the basilica with an enveloping gold. And Leora smiled because she understood now what all of them had ultimately come to learn. That the great secret beneath the Vatican had never been a mere relic, nor a hidden chamber, nor even a spectacular light. It was humanity itself, finally remembering its inherent sacredness. That night, as the brilliant stars returned to the Roman sky, the hum continued, soft, eternal, everywhere. It no longer required dedicated keepers. The world itself had become the light. That evening, the city rested under a sky of deep indigo and soft gold. The air was clear, and the full moon floated above Rome like a patient, silent witness. From the marble steps of St. Peter's, Leora sat alone, watching as the last of the lanterns flickered out across the wide square. The city below moved with a gentle, flowing rhythm. Footsteps, soft laughter, quiet conversation. Yet even in its movement there was an underlying stillness. For the first time in her life she felt the hum, not as a distinct sound, but as an absolute presence. It resided in everything. The immense stones beneath her hands, the slight breeze that brushed gently against her hair, the steady pulse in her own chest. It was not something separate from the world, but the very essence of the world itself, remembering its original unity. She thought of all who had preceded her, stretching back through countless centuries. Lorenzo with his cautious faith, Emilia with her deeply questioning eyes, Luca with his pure devotion, Amara with her abiding peace, Jonas with his humble courage, Sophia with her quiet grace, and Aurelio with his deep understanding. Each one had believed they were utterly alone in their solitary quest, yet all had been guided by the exact same persistent whisper, "Remember." Leora closed her eyes, and the silence of the square became utterly vast, without end. In that profound silence she saw it clearly. Not a religious vision, not a fleeting dream, but an undeniable knowing. The Vatican stood not as a single geographical place, but as the heart of an invisible, living pattern that stretched across the entire earth. Ancient sacred sites, quiet temples, and humble places of prayer, all pulsing with the same hidden rhythm. Humanity had built over it, forgotten it, rediscovered it, and forgotten it yet again. But it had never truly died. It had only waited patiently, and now it no longer had to wait. The hum rose softly through the air, spreading beyond Rome, beyond all continents. It reached towering mountains and barren deserts, vast oceans and deep valleys, until the entire world seemed to breathe in perfect unison. The stars in the sky shimmered as though leaning closer to listen. Somewhere in a distant land, a small child paused at her window, hearing it clearly. Somewhere else entirely, an aged monk lifted his head from his prayers, tears streaming down his cheeks. In another place, a tireless scientist turned off his complex machines and sat down in silence, realizing that what he had sought desperately to measure could only be experienced. Across the entire world, people began to slow down, not out of fear or awe, but out of a simple recognition. They smiled without truly knowing the reason why. They felt an inner warmth without seeing its physical source. For the very first time in all of history, humanity was listening together. Leora opened her eyes. The dome of St. Peter's shimmered faintly, not merely from the moonlight, but from a light deep within. The golden glow rose once more, not violently bursting forth, not consuming everything, but gently unfolding like the quiet dawn, tender and infinite. It passed completely through her, through the immense city, through the very air itself. She whispered softly, "It's awake." And in that moment she understood the final, simple truth that had lived in every single keeper's heart. The light was never actually meant to be found. It was meant only to be remembered. Together, as the golden radiance spread across the vast world, it did not blind or cause pain. It gently healed the great division between the sacred and the human. The past and the uncertain future faded until only complete stillness remained. The hum became a profound silence, and the silence transformed into a song, not a melody sung by voices, but by the very essence of being itself. The Vatican, the ancient cradle of mystery, stood utterly unchanged, its stones ancient, its breathtaking beauty eternal. But now it no longer concealed anything. Deep beneath it, the chamber of gold lay quiet and dark. The orb had fully dissolved into the air, its essential purpose fulfilled. The entire world had become the chamber, and the light, at long last, was everywhere. Leora sat there until the dawn fully returned, watching as the first gentle rays of sunlight kissed the marble steps. She smiled through her tears, whispering one last time the words carried through all the ages, "Lux est memoria." Light is memory. And somewhere far beyond her hearing the world responded. Not with spoken words, but with the gentle, perfect stillness of a peace finally understood. The hum faded into eternity. The light remained, and history for the very first time rested beneath the stones of the Vatican. Nothing stirred below, for everything had finally awakened. As centuries gently melted into one another, what had once been considered history became something else entirely. Memory woven into the living constant breath of the earth. The Vatican endured, its marble surfaces softened by the passage of time, bearing the subtle texture of ages. At dawn, its dome glowed, a steady shimmer like a heart that would not stop beating. Now, travellers visited not for miracles, but simply to share a moment of quiet stillness. The square remained open, day and night, hosting silent gatherings of people who preferred listening to speaking. They often referred to it as the site of remembrance. No official sermons or rituals were necessary. Visitors came from everywhere merely to pause, to sense the faint, low vibration rising from the ground, the final echo of the light that had once been concealed deep within the earth. No structures were built upon the Vatican again. Instead, the world began to reshape itself, informed by its deep lessons. Cities were designed like spacious gardens, organised around serene open areas. Libraries replaced monuments of power. Contemplation supplanted dominance. The meaning of the word faith had fundamentally changed. It no longer signified devotion to doctrine, but a profound respect for the gentle rhythm of life. The old languages of belief fused into a softer, unified understanding. People no longer felt the need to dispute the name of the divine. They named it the remembrance. They believed that to forget was to fall into slumber, and to remember, even briefly, was to awaken. Among the quiet guardians who cared for the basilica in this new era was a young woman named Aris. She wore no symbols or vestments of any creed. Her duty was simply to sweep the floors, polish the marble, and keep the candles along the aisles trimmed. Yet sometimes, when the hall was empty, she would stop and press her hand against the floor. And every single time she would sense it, faint yet undeniable, the hum. It had grown softer, no longer the immense vibration that once resonated across the earth, but a stable pulse, like the slow, deep heartbeat of a sleeping world. One evening, after the last visitors had left, she stayed behind in the basilica. The air held a gentle golden glow from the candlelight. The vast dome above seemed infinite, suggesting the immensity of the stars beyond. She whispered to herself, "Does it truly still exist down there?" Then, out of the profound silence, a sensation emerged. Not a sound, not a voice, but an ancient, gentle presence. It was constant. Aris closed her eyes. The hum intensified, spreading from the stone floor into her hands, her chest, and her breathing. She felt herself expand outward through the basilica, the city, and the dreaming earth. She experienced sudden vivid memories that were not her own. The candlelight of Father Lorenzo, the profound insight of Emilia, the conviction of Luca, the calm spirit of Amara, the sudden clarity of Jonas, the empathy of Sophia, the wisdom of Aurelio, the brilliance of Leora. Each life was instantly relived within her heart, their existence shining like stars in a vast shared constellation of memory. In that moment, she finally understood. None of them had truly vanished. The keepers were the hum, their affection, their dedication, their quiet endurance, echoing endlessly through the very core of the world. The Vatican beneath her was not the source of the mystery. Humanity was. When she opened her eyes, the candles seemed to burn with a greater intensity. The air faintly shimmered, alive and golden. A smile broke through her tears. "Thank you," she breathed, and the hum responded, soft as a sigh. "Remember." The next morning, the first people who entered the basilica found it radiating a subtle luminescence that lasted well past sunrise. Aris was nowhere to be seen, but her broom rested gently against the wall, and in the centre of the marble floor a single message had been traced in light. Lux est memoria. No one knew its origin or who had created it, but from that day forward every person who stepped into the basilica felt something so profound it quieted all thought. Many found themselves weeping without knowing why. Others simply smiled, as if greeting an old acquaintance. The hum no longer had to push up through stone. It now resided in every breath, every silent gesture of kindness, every shared moment of peace between people. The world had become what the Vatican once protected, a living sanctuary of light, and though time would continue its relentless cycle, the ultimate truth remained as it had always been. Faith was not found in a distant heaven or an old history. It was in remembrance, and remembrance was the light that could not be extinguished. Above the eternal city, the stars shone steady and clear, and somewhere beneath everything, the earth itself seemed to breathe a long sigh, peaceful, eternal, and wide awake. 1,000 years passed, and history softened into legend. Then legend was simplified into song. The names of the keepers, Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, Jonas, Sophia, Aurelio, Leora, Aris, were no longer recorded in books. They lived in the cadence of stories shared by fireplaces and in the melodies sung to children going to sleep. Their lives were remembered not as miracles, but as echoes of what every soul carried inside, the quiet certainty that light is never truly lost, only temporarily forgotten. For a long time, the Vatican persisted, though profoundly changed. Its stones, long mellowed by the ages, were now part of the living ecosystem. All around it, gardens had reclaimed the marble steps. Olive trees grew freely through fissures in the courtyards. Birds nested beneath the domes that still shone gold in the morning sun. And in the evenings, when the wind moved through the basilica's arches, it carried the faintest vibration, a hum so profound and steady that even the ground seemed to inhale with it. Humanity had transformed. Nations no longer fractured over belief or doctrine. The word faith had become synonymous with memory. The word sacred meant alive. Places of worship were created from light, from sound, from collective silence. The division between science and spirituality had completely vanished, each recognizing the other as a mirror image. The people of the world had not conquered death, but they had overcome their fear of it. They understood that to pass away was simply to rejoin the great remembering, to melt back into the hum. Yet, in this tranquil age, a single question lingered. Where had the light truly begun? In the immense libraries that spanned the globe, scholars calmly debated whether the ancient tale of the buried Vatican orb was pure myth or a distant recollection. The basilica itself had long been repurposed as a living memorial, its chambers open, its historical records freely accessible. Visitors walked its floors barefoot, seeking the deep vibration that the earth continued to transmit beneath them. Among them was a young scholar named Selene, born under the path of a comet, who had grown up listening to the bedtime stories of the keepers, narratives told in the slow, peaceful rhythm of their time. Still, something within her stirred with a quiet restlessness. She cherished the calm world that humanity had established, but a part of her yearned to hear the voice. One evening, as the sun dipped low over Rome and bathed the air in a wash of gold, Selene descended into the deepest, most secluded part of the basilica. Few people went there any more. The stones were ancient, the air cool and utterly still. She trailed her fingers along the wall and sensed the gentle thrum, the constant pulse of memory. "Are you still here?" she whispered, her voice immediately absorbed by the silence. Then, from far below, came a slow, patient beat. Once, twice. The hum intensified until it completely filled the space around her. It wasn't loud or frightening, but immense. She felt her legs tremble and her breath catch. Then a voice softly arose, not from the stone walls, not from the earth, but from the rhythm of her own heart. "I am not here. I am everywhere." She closed her eyes as tears welled up. "Then why can I hear you now?" "Because you asked." A wave of warmth spread through her chest, gentle, limitless, infinite. She didn't see visions, but memory itself. Countless existences, countless centuries, all linked by the same rhythm, all carrying the same radiant core. The Vatican, the light, the keepers, the hum, every instant, every sincere wish, every act of love. All were mere reflections of the same remembering. And then she understood completely. The narrative had never truly been about what lay beneath the Vatican. It had always been about what the Vatican rested upon. A single seed planted in the soil of human awareness, growing upward through time until it blossomed into a world that finally recognized its own divine nature. The hum faded again, receding into perfect stillness. But the warmth remained vital within her, beating with every pulse of her heart. Selene whispered, "What happens now?" The voice replied, the same voice that had once spoken to Lorenzo in the glow of a candle, to Jonas in the dark, to Sophia at daybreak, to Leora beneath the night sky. Now the light rests until it is remembered once more. She smiled through her tears. "Then I will rest with it." And as she climbed the long stairway back toward the open air, the ancient, eternal bells of St. Peter's began to chime again. Not in sorrow, not in celebration, but in serenity. Their sound rolled across the city and out into the vast, expectant world above. The night unfolded its pattern of stars, and for a moment just before the first star appeared, the sky held a soft golden glow, the quiet assurance of a truth the earth would never lose. The light had not disappeared. It had simply become everything, and somewhere, in the infinite quiet, between heartbeats, the world breathed a final, gentle, timeless, complete whisper. Remember. By the time another 1,000 years had elapsed, even the boundaries of the continents had shifted. Oceans were in new places. The atmosphere was cleaner. Humanity lived gently on the earth, no longer its master, but its dedicated steward. And still, at the centre of that living world, the Vatican remained, no longer a symbol of temporal authority, but a sacred space of memory. The basilica's dome was now open to the heavens. It had cracked centuries before and was never fixed, because the people believed the world should gaze directly into the core of its own memory. The marble had been smoothed by the countless hands that had touched it, not in reverence for a distant god, but for the sacred pulse felt within. Every evening at sunset, visitors gathered in peaceful silence in the open nave. They did not pray, they simply listened. The hum still existed beneath their feet, soft and eternal, as constant as breathing. Among the listeners was a boy named Cale, whose name meant sky. He came with his grandmother, Selena, now aged, her hair as white as moonlight. She sat beside him on the worn stone bench, eyes closed, hands resting loosely in her lap. Kyle whispered, "Grandmother, what do you hear?" She smiled without opening her eyes. "The same thing you do." "I don't hear anything," he said softly. "Yes," she murmured. "That's it." He frowned, tilting his head. "The nothing." "The everything," she corrected. "The silence that connects all things. That's where the hum lives." He looked at the people sitting still, their faces peaceful, eyes closed, as if they were dreaming while wide awake. "Is the light still there?" he asked. Celine opened her eyes, which held the reflection of the setting sun. "It's here," she said, gently tapping his chest. "And here," she added, touching his temple. "And in the wind, and the ground, and the stars. The light is what everything recalls about being alive." Kyle fell silent. He listened again, this time not seeking a noise, but a feeling. Slowly, faintly, he felt it. A deep vibration within him, aligning with the rhythm of his own heart. It was soft, steady, warm. He smiled. "I can feel it." Selene nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "That's how it begins." The sky grew dark, and one by one stars appeared through the great opening in the dome. Their light fell like golden dust onto the marble floor. The hum deepened, not louder, but richer, like the profound breath of the earth itself. Kyle's eyelids grew heavy. He rested against his grandmother's shoulder, the rhythm of the hum lulling him towards sleep. And in that moment of waking and dreaming, he saw something, not with his eyes, but in the space behind them. A vision, simple and perfect. He saw hands, thousands of them, stretching across time, each holding a small flame. He saw faces he didn't recognize, but somehow knew. A tired-eyed priest, a woman with a golden scroll, a scholar writing by lamplight, a monk kneeling in quiet devotion, a child holding a lantern, a caretaker sweeping marble floors. They were not separate individuals. They were one single entity. Light passed from hand to hand across the ages, glowing without end. When he woke, the square was deserted and Celine was observing the stars. He rubbed his eyes. "Grandmother, I dreamed of them." "Of whom?" "The ones who guarded the light." Her lips curved in a quiet smile. "Then you remember." He hesitated. "Will I be one of them?" She reached out and took his small hand in hers. "You already are." The bells began to chime, a slow, resonant sound that moved through the night like the world's heartbeat. Selene rose carefully, her knees stiff with age. Kyle stood beside her, looking up at the endless sky framed by the open dome. The stars shimmered brighter than ever before, each one faintly pulsing as if responding. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do you see them, Kyle?" He nodded. "They're calling." "Yes," she whispered, "and someday when the world loses its way again, you'll help it recall." He looked up at her, unsure. Will it forget? Her smile was gentle, ancient, infinite. Always. That's what makes the act of remembering so precious. The bells became silent. The hum continued, steady, eternal, alive. And as grandmother and child stood beneath the open sky, the world peacefully turned toward a new dawn, a new age, a new act of remembrance, because that was the constant cycle, faith fading, memory resting, light returning. And beneath the open dome of the Vatican, now the listening heart of the world, the hum whispered once more, softer than breath, older than time. "I am the silence that remembers everything." And the world, in perfect stillness, responded. As dawn broke over Rome, the first rays of sunlight reached the open dome of the ancient basilica, bathing the marble in a golden calm. The air shimmered gently, and the city below stirred like something waking from a long, peaceful dream. Birds drifted through the soft light above St. Peter's, their wings catching the morning glow. Celine and Cale stood together, still within the sanctuary of silence. Around them, the hum intensified, faint but steady, as if greeting the sunrise itself. It was not a sound heard with the ears, but a memory felt in the bones, the identical rhythm that had lived beneath the Vatican for thousands of years. Celine's gaze rested on the horizon where the rooftops met the light. "Do you know what day this is?" she asked. Cale shook his head. "It's the day of returning," she said. "Once, long ago, it marked the time when people mistakenly believed the light had been lost beneath the earth. They came here to seek it, and instead found it once more inside themselves." He nodded slowly, watching the sunlight trace the carvings along the basilica floor. "But if everyone remembers now," he asked, "why do we still need to come here?" She smiled. "Because remembering is fragile. The world will always require reminders, gentle ones, stones, narratives, songs." Her voice grew softer, the years weighing on each word. "And one day you'll share this story again, when others forget." They stood for a moment in silence, the morning air growing warmer. Visitors began to gather, people from every continent walking barefoot across the square. They carried no flags, no distinct symbols, no banners. Only silence. Some held flowers. Others held nothing at all. Together they entered the basilica and sat on the floor beneath the open dome. No words were exchanged. The hum spread through the assembly like a gentle tide, complete and profound. Even the birds outside grew quiet. Kyle felt it rising within him, a warmth that had no origin, no termination. He saw again the long lineage of keepers, their hands passing the flame through centuries of darkness and dawn. He saw his grandmother as a young woman, standing in the lower chambers, hearing the voice for the very first time. And he saw further back still, the initial spark beneath the basilica, the ancient orb breathing light into the stone. It was all one continuous movement, one single act of remembrance. Selena's hand rested over his. "Do you feel it?" He nodded. "It's everywhere." Her eyes shone with tears, though her smile was serene. "Then my task is complete." He turned to her, startled. "You're leaving?" "Not leaving," she said softly. "Becoming." And before he could respond, she closed her eyes. The light around her grew faintly brighter, then softened into air. She was still sitting there, her figure bathed in gold, but she seemed less physical, more like light than bone and muscle. The hum swelled, completely filling every part of the basilica, as if welcoming her home. Kyle wept quietly, but his tears were not of grief. The warmth that surrounded him felt like her arms still holding him, the familiar comfort he had known since childhood. And then her voice, not heard with his ears but felt in his heart, spoke once more. "Remember, Kale. When they forget, tell them we are the light remembering itself." The golden radiance lingered for a long time, and when it faded, only her folded robe remained, resting gently on the stone floor. Outside, the morning sun reached its full strength, flooding the square with brilliance. The pilgrims lifted their faces toward the sky, each feeling the identical pulse within their chest. Kyle stood slowly, wiping his tears. He stepped into the sunlight, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath his feet. Above him, the great dome framed the heavens, not as a barrier, but as an open gateway. He whispered the words his grandmother had once taught him, ancient as the very stones. Lux est memoria. Light is memory. And the wind carried his whisper upward through the dome into the boundless blue beyond. That day, a new stage began, not of revelation, but of continuity. Children were once again taught to listen for silence, to recall that they were part of something vast and benevolent. Across the earth, quiet places flourished, sanctuaries of stillness where people gathered not to search for the divine, but to remember it residing peacefully within them. The Vatican became the nucleus of that stillness, not a secret to be guarded, but a promise to be shared. And somewhere deep beneath its stones, older than all history, older even than time, the hum continued. Patient, eternal, unbroken. Its rhythm was the same as the pulse in every living being. And if one listened long enough, very long and very still, one could hear it whisper. The story is not ending. It is remembering itself again. Night fell gently over the eternal city. The sky above Rome shimmered with 1,000 stars, their tranquil light flowing through the open dome of the ancient basilica like water. The marble of St. Peter's glowed faintly in the moonlight, and the air was cool, fragrant with the scent of olive trees that had grown where the courtyards once stood. Kale sat alone on the steps that led into the square. Around him, the city was silent. The hum had grown softer now, almost impossible to distinguish from the rhythm of his own heart. It was pervasive, in the stones, in the wind, in the silence that stretched between moments. He looked up at the stars and felt small, but not insignificant. He knew, as all who came here eventually realized, that to be small was to be a part of something infinite. The light that had once been concealed beneath the Vatican was no longer confined to any single location. It lived in the remembrance of all things. He thought of his grandmother's final words. "We are the light remembering itself." They echoed through him like a song he had always known, one that had no beginning or end. Far below the basilica, in the deepest chamber of the old world, something stirred. The air was dry and ancient, untouched by human hands for generations. Dust floated like silver mist through the shafts of moonlight that penetrated the cracks in the stone. And there, where the orb had once radiated, a faint glow began to emerge again, not from an object, but from the stone itself. It pulsed once, twice, like the heartbeat of the earth. The hum deepened. The chamber, long forgotten, began to breathe once more. The carvings on the walls, symbols of stars, of man, of the first light, shimmered faintly. It was not a new creation, but a continuation. The light had never left. It had only waited for the right silence to awaken once more. Kyle felt it. His breath caught. He stood and turned towards the basilica, eyes wide, heart racing. Not from alarm, but recognition. The air trembled. The bells began to chime, soft, low, and impossibly distant, as if rung by unseen hands. He walked towards the basilica doors. They opened before him, not by touch, but by his sheer intent, as though the building itself understood his purpose. Inside, the immense hall was empty. Candles burned along the perimeter, their flames motionless despite the slight current that moved through the space. At the centre of the floor, where his grandmother had once vanished, a light began to bloom, faint initially, then stronger, until the entire basilica radiated with a golden glow. Kyle fell to his knees. The hum surrounded him, filled him, became him. He felt the presence of all the keepers again, their warmth, their patience, their deep affection. Their voices rose together, not in distinct words, but in perfect harmony. The radiance intensified until it felt as though the very atmosphere might disintegrate into a pure incandescence. He murmured, "What is it you need me to accomplish?" And the response came back, composed as forever. "Do nothing. Simply be." The luminosity grew more brilliant. It flowed right through him, through the masonry, through the surrounding air, until every molecule vibrated with recall. And in that same instant, the progression of time appeared to halt, with the past and the future converging into a single, unending present. When the bright light receded, Kyle was no longer present. Yet the basilica did not feel vacant. It was infused with energy, with an awareness, with warmth. On the marble surface, where he had been kneeling, a small marking had been carved into the stone, a circle of illumination encircled by celestial bodies. The pilgrims who entered the following morning discovered the basilica emanating a soft glow, despite the absence of lit candles. The resonant thrum was more powerful than anyone had experienced for generations. Children who touched the flooring claimed they could hear melody within the stone, gentle, endless, filled with tranquility. And all around the globe, people awoke having shared the same vision, a radiant golden glow ascending from beneath the earth, reaching the heavens, saturating everything with serenity. In every spoken language, the message conveyed was identical. In every heart, the sentiment was the same. Remember, the narrative had begun deep below the Vatican, but it was no longer confined there. It belonged to all people. And thus, beneath the timeless firmament, the luminescence continued its patient journey, not as a hidden knowledge, not as an artifact, but as the silent reality that unified all existence. Devotion transformed into remembrance, history became a breath, and mankind finally became the light it had pursued for so long. The resonant thrum never ceased. It resided in the soil, in the atmosphere, in every living pulse. And if one stood absolutely motionless, listening intently, in the quiet hush of night, one could perceive it, tender, perpetual, communicating once more to the dreamers. I was never concealed. You were. And beneath the countless stars above Rome, the light of humanity, ancient, enduring, and awakened, shone peacefully onward. The subsequent years were quieter than any previous ones. The basilica, now exposed to the sky and surrounded by foliage, transformed from a destination for religious journeys to a vibrant sanctuary of quietude. Climbing plants crept up the weathered marble columns. The gentle sound of the Tiber River could be heard from inside, and in the evenings, as the air moved through the ancient stones, it carried that same soft resonance, consistent, deep, never-ending. People worldwide no longer referred to the Vatican as a metropolis or a place of worship. They designated it the heart of stillness. Visitors arrived not to offer prayers but to listen, to recline in the grass and allow the planet's memory to move through them. Children played among the pillars, their laughter blending with the chirping of birds. Monks no longer wore vestments. Their solemn commitments were silence itself. Intellectuals came as well, not to debate or to prove theories, but to learn the vocabulary of quiet. And although centuries had passed since Kyle dissolved in the light, his essence remained. sometimes at sunset when the solar disk melted below the skyline. A shape could be seen at the edge of the basilica, a profile of soft gold, observing the city in quiet. Those who perceived him never felt dread, only peace. They believed it was Kyle, or perhaps the recollection of everyone who had remembered before him. One spring evening, a storm began to approach Rome. The atmosphere grew heavy and lightning illuminated the distant hills. Yet within the basilica, the air remained undisturbed. A young female named Mira, no older than 10, sat alone in the centre of the floor, tracing the faint circle of light etched into the stone. Her family before her had been custodians of the cultivated areas. She cherished the basilica most when it was dark, after everyone else had departed, saying the quiet there made her heart feel expansive. That evening, as the initial raindrops began to descend, she sensed something under her palm, a soft vibration. The resonant thrum was more intense than she had ever felt. It ascended through the stone, through her hand, up her arm, until her chest was filled with warmth. The atmosphere pulsed subtly. The rainfall outside slowed down. A voice, as gentle as her mother's, filled her thoughts. "Do you understand your purpose for being here, Mira?" She glanced around, startled, but saw no one. "To hear," she whispered. The voice conveyed amusement within her. "Yes, to perceive and to recall." "What am I expected to recall?" she inquired. "That you embody the same light that once filled this area." Her eyes widened. "You mean the stories are factual?" "They were never just stories," the voice stated. "They represent the memory of all those who cherished the light enough to become it." Mira felt moisture gathering in her eyes, though she did not know the reason. "Are you the light?" The resonant thrum deepened, surrounding her like a warm embrace. "I am what persists when all else is quiet." She remained perfectly still. Outside, thunder rumbled, yet inside the basilica emanated a soft golden glow, the fissures in the ancient dome filled with illumination. The rain diminished to a gentle mist that glittered like starlight as it drifted through the opening. Mira whispered, "What is my course of action?" The reply came soft as a breath. "Grow. Live. Remember when the world loses its way again. And it will. Tell them." Gently, she pressed her hand onto the floor, feeling the warmth pulse one more time, then subside back into quiet. By the time her parents arrived to locate her, the tempest had passed. The basilica glowed softly, though no lamp or candle was burning. And on the marble where she had been seated, a small flower had begun to sprout, pale gold, its petals shaped like stars. No one could rationalize it, but everyone understood. The hum had made its choice once more. And so the narrative proceeded, not as myth, but as actual living, moving from person to person, generation to generation, just as it always had. The light would diminish, and it would return. The world would become oblivious, and it would remember, but it would never conclude. For beneath the foundations of the Vatican, beneath the earth of the world, beneath the very essence of existence, the same reality endured. The light is not a secret needing discovery. It is the memory of our inherent being, and somewhere, deep beneath the eternal city, the earth exhaled a slow, timeless contentment as the hum recommenced its patient melody once again. Over the subsequent decades, the small golden bloom that had sprouted in the basilica became something sacred to the world. Scientists arrived to analyze it and found it different from any known species. It required no ground, no sunlight, no moisture. It pulsed with a soft glow throughout the night, resonating faintly when the air was still. People named it the memory blossom, and it was rumoured to flourish only where the earth remembered tranquility. Mira matured alongside the flower. Each evening she would return to the basilica, sitting cross-legged next to it, her fingers resting on the marble where the hum was strongest. The custodians would observe from a distance as the light appeared to react to her, throbbing gently in synchronization with her pulse. The flower became a sign of renewal, and nations from every corner of the world dispatched representatives to witness it. Yet no one attempted to claim possession. They all seemed to grasp that it belonged not to Rome, not to any religion, but to the silence that existed within everything. When Mira reached 16, she began to perceive the voice again. Not frequently and never loud. It arrived like air moving through foliage, or the faint echo of a half-remembered recollection. Sometimes it spoke only one word, remember. Other times, when she remained in quiet for hours, it related stories. It recounted the tale of the first guardian, Lorenzo, who had walked the corridors of the Vatican with unsteady hands. It told her of Emilia and the ancient writings of Jonas, and the stillness beneath the sea of Sophia, and the night the celestial bodies first responded to the earth. It told her of Leora and Cale, of her grandmother Selene, of every person who had ever carried the hum. Each narrative ended in the same way, with illumination and with peace. Mira began to record these stories, her written words slow and meticulous like devotional verses. She did not affix her name to them, believing they were not hers. The writings circulated quietly, carried by travellers and devout visitors. In time, they became recognized as the Book of Remembering. It was read in places of learning, in residences, in sacred structures constructed of glass and gardens. No one lectured from it. People simply read a few lines before retiring and experienced more peaceful dreams thereafter. As she grew older, Mira noticed a change in the resonant thrum. It was no longer confined only beneath the basilica. It was present everywhere. She could sense it in the stones of faraway cities, in the predictable motion of the oceans, in the stark tranquility of mountains. The entire world appeared to vibrate with the same soft recollection. One evening, as the sun dipped over Rome and the basilica was filled with golden light, Mira returned to the spot where the flower was growing. It was now taller than she was, its petals broad and glowing, its radiance steady like the dawn. She knelt before it and felt the hum deepen until her skeletal structure seemed to dissolve into it. "Is it the moment?" she whispered. The voice replied, calm as usual, "It is always the moment." She looked upward through the open dome at the stellar bodies. "Will they recall after I'm gone?" "They already do," the voice stated. "You are merely a reminder, similar to how a candle reminds the sun." Mira smiled through the tears on her face. "Then what is my purpose now?" "Rest," the voice said. "You have transcribed what must be recalled. The light will proceed on its own." The resonant thrum intensified, filling the basilica until every surface faintly shimmered. Mira closed her eyes and felt warmth permeating her being. The air turned golden, and for a brief moment, the entire city of Rome glowed not with intense brightness, but with peace. When the light subsided, the basilica was silent once more. Where Mira had knelt, a second flower had blossomed, smaller, paler, but alive. The two blooms inclined toward one another, their luminescence intertwining. The caretakers who entered at sunrise discovered her personal diary resting beside them. On its last page, in careful script, were 6 "The light does not reappear." It never departed that day. People reported that the hum was louder all over the world, in fog, woodlands, in rivers, even in the whisper of air through open apertures. Some claimed they could hear vocalizations within it, speaking in all languages concurrently. Others stated they felt only peace. The truth was straightforward and quiet. Humanity had remembered once more, and as darkness fell again, the stars above the eternal city pulsed subtly, as if echoing the hum beneath. Somewhere, perhaps beyond the limits of time, the ancient voice whispered, not to Mira, not to any individual, But to everything that existed, the story has no conclusion, only remembrance. And beneath the stones of the Vatican, now a flourishing garden of light, the hum continued its perpetual melody, merging the quiet of the earth with the memory of the stars. The world inhaled, and for the first time in all of recorded history, it breathed as one entity. Centuries passed, and the basilica transformed into a garden so vast and luminous that from an elevated view it resembled a golden helix, like a memory the earth itself had inscribed upon its surface. The marble floor had long been taken over by climbing plants that glowed during the night. And where candles had once been lit, the petals of countless memory blossoms shimmered in the darkness, illuminating the ancient city with a peaceful radiance. The world no longer quantified time by years or by rulers. People lived according to the pattern of cycles, by agricultural yields, by the resonant thrum that permeated everything. The term Vatican had become both a geographical location and a type of action. To Vatican meant to recall, profoundly, quietly, collectively. At the focal point of it all, where the first flower had bloomed, a reservoir of water had formed. It was not supplied by any spring or rainfall. It originated from beneath the very stones. The water was perfectly motionless, so clear that those who gazed into it saw not their own reflection, but rapid images of memory, moments from lives that had come before. Fragments of affection, benevolence, joy, light. Visitors from across the world came to kneel before that pool, not to seek divine guidance, but to observe. And every individual perceived something distinct. Some saw their progenitors, others saw visages they could not identify, but somehow recognized. Some saw only light, limitless and tranquil. No one attempted to provide an explanation. The world no longer required explanations. It only needed recollection. One evening, when the final rays of the sun's light faded over the horizon, a young man named Orion entered the basilica garden. He was neither a devoted traveller nor an academic. He was a simple attendant, a keeper of the blooms and the reservoir, just as his lineage had been for generations. His mother had recounted tales of Mira, of Kyle, of Selene, and the keepers before them, yet he had never experienced the resonant thrum as they had described it. He often pondered if it had diminished over time. That night the air was still. The climbing plants swayed gently in the light air movement. The blossoms pulsed faintly beneath the stars. Orion knelt by the reservoir, his hands clasped, his image rippling in the water. "If you are still present," he whispered, "show me how to perceive." For a lengthy period there was only quiet. Then the resonant thrum returned. Not faint, not far away, but immediate, expansive. It ascended from the earth, from the water, from the stars above. The blossoms inclined toward him as though pulled by an invisible breath. The reservoir began to shimmer with golden wavelets, and then, from its depths, light emerged. Slow, circulating, infinite. Orion inhaled softly as the surface of the water parted like a reflective surface turning inside out. He saw not his own image, but an unending succession of faces. Lorenzo, Emilia, Luca, Amara, Jonas, Sophia, Aurelio, Leora, Selene, Kael, Mira, all glowing, all expressing serenity. They communicated no spoken words, but he felt their communication clearly deep inside him. "We are not vanished. We are what you are." He extended his hand, his fingers barely touching the surface. The water glowed more intensely. The resonant thrum grew until it filled the air like the very breath of creation. The flowers surrounding him began to bloom more fully, their petals rising toward the sky. The illumination spread initially across the garden, then across the city, then beyond. From every part of the world, people paused, turned toward Rome, and felt it. A comforting warmth, a vibration, a returning recollection. The resonant thrum was no longer restricted to stone. It was omnipresent within oceans, aerial vapour, winds and hearts. The planet itself was remembering. Orion knelt lower, moisture streaming down his face. "What action should I take?" he whispered. The voices replied as one and all through him and around him. "Do not contain it. Embody it." He understood. He stood up, and as he did, the light that filled the basilica ascended with him. Through the dome, through the atmosphere, through the very air. It spread like the break of day, gentle and boundless, touching every mountain, every tree, every ocean. From space, Earth pulsed subtly. Gold, not with combustion, but with life. The resonant thrum was now the rhythm of the planet. In that light, no one felt isolated. No one was lost. Every living entity, person, creature, plant, body of water, rock, was a single tone in the same vast composition. The Vatican garden remained, but its function had shifted. No longer a sight to visit, it had become a mirror of the world's current state, a sanctuary of existing memory. And when the night descended once more, the stars above pulsed with the same rhythm as the hum beneath. Somewhere in that golden quiet, the voice of all creation whispered again, soft, eternal, filled with happiness. The story is without end, it only returns home. And beneath the light of 1,000 remembered stars, the earth, radiant and aware, turned gently in the profound quiet of forever. In the ages that followed, the earth itself underwent a transformation. The barrier between sky and ground became permeable. And what had once been divine and what had once been human were no longer separate entities. The resonant thrum that began beneath the Vatican had become the pulse of every existing entity. Not solely of vital organs and rivers, but of the very composition of the air. Urban centres no longer required protective barriers. People lived in peaceful equilibrium with the environment, constructing dwellings of natural materials and light. No one held authority, because nothing was owned. The resonant thrum reminded them that all elements, from the tiniest particle of dust to the most luminous star, were segments of the same breathing memory. The Vatican garden had evolved into the nucleus of that remembrance, a massive open sanctuary of blooms, creeping plants and pools that glowed softly throughout the night. No dividing lines, no security personnel. The ancient marble was worn smooth by countless generations of bare feet, by children who came to engage in play among the flowers, by elderly individuals who came to sit in quietude and be recalled. And beneath it all, the pool of light remained clear and motionless, displaying no image, only the shimmering of the eternal hum. It was believed that if you observed long enough into its depths, you would perceive not your personal history, but the genesis of all things, the instant when the initial whisper of light breathed into the darkness. One evening, beneath a sky decorated with stars, a small group gathered near the pool. They were not religious figures, or academics, or caretakers, only travellers drawn by an intuition they could not articulate. Among them was a child named Nia, whose laughter was said to cause flowers to open. She crouched beside the pool, her image flickering in the golden illumination. "It is warm," she said gently, her voice full of astonishment. "It feels alive." An elderly person seated nearby smiled. "It is. The world perceives through it." Nia looked up. Then, "Can it hear my voice?" "Always." The child hesitated, then whispered, "Thank you." For a moment, nothing changed. Then the water surface rippled, although no air movement stirred. The resonant thrum deepened, soft but powerful. The blossoms inclined inward, their glow intensifying until the entire garden shone like the break of day. From the pool ascended a solitary strand of light, delicate as woven silk, pure as starlight. It spiraled upward, twisting gently until it disappeared into the night sky. The people observed in silence. No one spoke. No one felt the need to. They all sensed it, the rejoining. The light had returned to the celestial bodies, carrying with it the recollection of every pulse, every faint communication, every quiet act of compassion that had ever existed. It was not an absence. It was wholeness. The cosmos was remembering itself once more. Nia smiled, her small hand pressed over her chest. "It is joyful," she said. The elder confirmed with a nod. "So are we." Above them the stars shimmered more intensely, throbbing with the rhythm of the resonant thrum, and far beyond what any visual faculty could perceive, unseen worlds joined in that melody. Countless spheres of existence, each glowing subtly, each recalling their own beginnings. The resonant thrum no longer belonged exclusively to Earth. It had become the lexicon of creation. Back in the Vatican garden, the blossoms swayed gently in the starlit breeze. The pool was calm once more, its golden surface smooth as glass. The child's image wavered, and for an instant it was not her face she saw, but all faces, all time periods, all existence folded together in light. She looked up at the elder, her eyes wide. "What unfolds now?" The elder smiled, his voice a soft murmur against the resonant thrum. "What always unfolds. We exist, we feel affection, we become oblivious, we recall." She nodded slowly, her gaze drifting once more to the glowing water. "And the narrative." "The narrative never concludes," he said gently. "It only becomes everything." The night air passed through the basilica ruins, carrying with it the fragrance of blooms and the echo of eternity. And for one pulse, just one, the whole world shimmered. The elevations, the bodies of water, the atmosphere, the celestial bodies all pulsed once in unison. Then quiet returned. Not emptiness, not total stillness, the kind of quiet that contains every sound, every existence, every recollection within it, waiting, enduring, perpetual. And beneath the stars above Rome, beneath the ground that had once held a hidden truth, the resonant thrum continued, not as a puzzle, not as a revelation, but as the most straightforward, deepest reality. Light is memory, and memory is forever. Millennia elapsed. The labels of landmasses had changed, and the languages that once carried devotion and authority had transformed into new ways of speaking, softer, slower, originating from quiet. Yet the resonant thrum persisted. It had become so profoundly integrated into the framework of existence that even those who no longer discussed it lived by its rhythm in the movement of ocean currents, in the orbit of the moon, in the respiration of sleeping children. The Vatican garden still existed, although it was no longer known as the Vatican. Time had smoothed the word away. Now it was simply the remembering place. The remains of the old basilica had long ago merged into the earth, and from that soil grew a forest of golden blooms that glowed throughout the night like a living celestial arrangement. Travellers came not seeking definitive answers, but for quietude. They would walk without footwear among the flowers, listening to the soft hum beneath their feet. Some stayed for a single day, others for extended periods. All departed transformed, gentler, more tranquil, filled with the peace that originated from recalling what could not be verbally expressed. Among these travellers was a young man named Eno. He was an investigator of narratives, not concerning deities or royalty, but of beginnings. He had heard subtle mentions of the ancient light that once slumbered beneath the stones of Rome, a light that had awakened the world's memory. But when he questioned the elders about it, they merely smiled and said, "You will not locate it in documented history, child. You will locate it in attentive listening." So he came to the remembering place, solitary and inquisitive. The air was dense with the aroma of blossoms, sweet and ancient. He walked until he reached the pool, still golden, boundless. He knelt and peered into it. Initially he saw only light. Then distinct forms began to appear. Cities rising and collapsing, oceans forming, stars being brought into existence. He saw visages. Father Lorenzo leaning over a candle, Emilia tracing ancient symbols, Sophia beneath a celestial dome of stars, Aurelio writing near the river, Selene whispering to her grandchild, Mira smiling through light, and Kale dissolving into luminosity. They looked not at him, but through him, as though he were a part of the same continuous element they had consistently followed. Then the resonant thrum deepened. He sensed it in his skeletal structure, in his breathing, in the air itself. It was not an acoustic phenomenon, but a profound understanding, vast, affectionate, perpetual, and within it he heard the voice that had guided all who had come before. "You have not arrived to locate the narrative," it said. "You have arrived to continue it." Eno's lips parted slightly, his voice quiet. "How? I am no guardian. I am no light." "You are memory," the voice stated. "That is sufficient." He lowered his head. Tears dropped into the golden water, and as they contacted its surface, the wavelets shimmered outward, carrying his image until it disappeared into the glow. When he raised his gaze again, the pool had changed. No longer did it display the past. It displayed what was yet to come. People moving in harmony, bodies of water free of contamination, urban centres built of quiet and green. Humanity had not achieved divinity. It had achieved completeness. The voice returned, softer now. The story began, beneath stone. It concludes wherever there is affection. Eno closed his eyes, his breathing slow, his heart stable. When he opened them again, the garden was more radiant than before. Every flower was in full bloom, every leaf shimmering with moisture. He felt the resonant thrum surge through him, not surrounding him, but originating within him, and he comprehended. He stood up, and as he did, the light that filled the basilica rose with him. Through the dome, through the sky, through the very air. It spread like the break of day, gentle and endless, touching every elevation, every plant, every ocean. From space, earth pulsed subtly, gold, not with fire, but with life. The resonant thrum was now the essential beat of the planet. In that light, no one felt isolated, no one was disoriented. Every sentient being, person, animal, plant, ocean, rock was a single note in the same enormous composition. The Vatican garden persisted, but its function had been altered. No longer a destination for visits, it had become a reflection of the world's current state, a sanctuary of living recollection. And when the night descended once more, the stars above pulsed with the same rhythm as the hum beneath. Somewhere in that golden quiet, the voice of all creation whispered again, soft, eternal, filled with happiness. The story is without end, it only returns home. And beneath the light of 1,000 recalled stars, the earth, radiant and aware, turned gently in the profound quiet of forever. In the ages that followed, the earth itself changed. The separation between the heavens and the ground grew minimal, and what had once been divine and what had once been human were no longer two separate categories. The resonant thrum that commenced beneath the Vatican had become the essential rhythm of every living entity, not only of vital organs and rivers, but of the very composition of the air. Cities no longer required defensive structures. People lived in peaceful coexistence with the land, constructing dwellings of stone and water and light. No one governed because nothing was possessed. The resonant thrum reminded them that all things, from the smallest particle of dust to the most luminous star, were components of the same breathing memory. The Vatican garden had transformed into the hub of that remembrance. A vast open sanctuary of blooms, creeping plants and pools that glowed softly throughout the night. No physical boundaries, no security personnel. The ancient marble was worn smooth by countless generations of exposed feet, by children who arrived to play among the flowers, by elders who arrived to sit in quietude and be recalled. And beneath it all, the pool of light remained clear and motionless, showing no image, only the shimmering of the eternal hum. It was believed that if you observed deeply enough into its depths, you would perceive not your personal history, but the commencement of all things. the moment when the first whisper of light breathed into darkness. One evening, under a sky painted with stars, a small group gathered by the pool. They were not religious officiants or academics or caretakers, only travellers drawn by a sensation they could not articulate. Among them was a child named Nia, whose cheerful sound was said to cause flowers to come into full bloom. She crouched next to the pool, her image flickering in the golden light. "It is warm," she said softly, her voice full of astonishment. "It feels alive." An elder sitting nearby expressed pleasure. "It is. The world perceives through it." Nia looked up. Then, "Can it hear my voice?" "Always." The child paused, then whispered, "Thank you." For a moment nothing changed. Then the water surface rippled even though no wind stirred. The resonant thrum deepened, soft but powerful. The blossoms inclined inward, their glow intensifying, until the entire garden shone like the break of day. From the pool ascended a single thread of light, delicate as silk, pure as starlight. It spiraled upward, twisting gently, until it disappeared into the night sky. The people watched in silence. No one spoke. No one felt the need to. They all experienced it, the cyclical return. The light had journeyed back to the stars, carrying with it the recollection of every pulse, every whisper, every peaceful act of affection that had ever occurred. It was not a deprivation, it was completion. The universe was remembering itself once more. Nia smiled, her small hand pressed against her chest. "It is happy," she said. The elder confirmed. "So are we." Above them the stars shimmered more intensely, throbbing with the rhythm of the resonant thrum. And far beyond what any visual capacity could perceive, unseen worlds joined in that melody. Countless spheres of existence, each glowing subtly, each recalling their own inception. The resonant thrum no longer belonged to Earth exclusively. It had become the universal language of creation. Back in the Vatican garden, the blossoms swayed gently in the starlit breeze. The pool was calm once more, its golden surface smooth as glass. The child's image wavered, and for an instant it was not a face she saw, but all faces, all time periods, all existence folded together in light. She looked up at the elder, her eyes wide. "What transpires next?" The elder smiled, his voice a soft murmur against the resonant thrum. "What consistently transpires? We exist, we feel affection, we become oblivious, we recall." She nodded slowly, her gaze drifting once more to the glowing water. "And the narrative?" "The narrative never concludes," he said gently. "It only becomes everything." The night air passed through the basilica remnants, carrying with it the scent of blossoms and the echo of eternity. And for one pulse, just one, the whole world shimmered. The elevations, the bodies of water, the atmosphere, the celestial bodies all pulsed once in unison. Then quiet returned. Not emptiness, not total stillness. The kind of quiet that contains every acoustic event, every existence, every recollection within it waiting, enduring, perpetual. And beneath the stars above Rome, beneath the ground that had once held a hidden truth, the resonant thrum continued, not as an enigma, not as a profound unveiling, but as the most simple, most profound reality. Light is memory, and memory is forever. The illumination moved from the wellspring, reaching across the yard, over the planet, passing through the very constellations themselves. It was not fierce or overwhelming, simply boundless, gentle, and all-encompassing. From that moment forward, the world no longer referred to the vibration as something hidden or esoteric. It became recognized purely as the vital radiance. It required no custodians, no sanctuaries, no scriptures. It resided in the stillness between conscious thoughts, in the softness of touch, within silent temples and the darkness of the night sky. And when those generations following Eno sat beside the golden spring and asked about the essence of the light, the elders would simply smile and answer, It is the cosmos recalling itself within you. Above them, the distant suns throbbed softly, each one a whisper in an unending narrative that had begun beneath the Vatican's foundation and would resonate forever through the breath of all existence. And so the world became glowing, quiet, conscious, carrying the sole truth that had survived every epoch. There is no conclusion, only recollection of ages folded one upon the next. Until chronology itself became a kind of vision. Vast, bright, impossible to quantify. The stellar bodies shifted in their paths, and new ones came into being. The face of Earth transformed yet again, but subtly, as if guided by unseen hands that had mastered patience. The Vatican Yard, the site of memory, remained. It no longer belonged to a single people, nor even one planet. It had evolved into the core of something immense, a still point around which all creation seemed to orbit. Voyagers arrived from over oceans and through the skies, from realms beyond the stars. Some arrived as entities of pure light, others in forms of raw energy. All came seeking not revelation, but recognition. For even though countless civilizations had appeared and vanished, every one of them carried the vibration. They gave it various names: the origin, the melody, the recollection, the vital force. But when they gathered in silence beneath the open firmament, they all perceived the same phenomenon, one gentle tone that held everything. Among these wanderers was a unique one, a being composed of shimmering glow and motes of dust. Neither human nor star. It had drifted across galaxies, chasing the faint beat that echoed through all of time. The travellers named it Lyran, a designation meaning born of resonance. When Lyran entered the garden, the flowers stirred. Even without a breeze, the pool of light gently undulated in greeting. The vibration deepened, as though acknowledging its own kind. Lyran knelt at the water's rim. Its voice was soft, layered, like wind passing through fragile glass. I have traversed 1,000 worlds, pursuing this identical sound. Tell me, what is the object of my search? The reply came not as language, but as illumination. Moving across the liquid surface, it formed itself into pictures. The first candle lit under stone. The shaking hand of Father Lorenzo. The stars above Sophia's dome, Mira's flower, Eno's reflection. Then a voice, ancient and kind, spoke within the quiet. You seek that which you already are. Lyran tilted its head. Memory. Yes, the recollection that encompasses everything. You have always contained it. Lyran touched the surface of the spring. Radiance ascended in spirals, enveloping its hands. And what is my purpose with this? Remember, so others may remember too. Lyran lowered its head. Will there ever be a termination? The light pulsed with a warmth that was nearly amusement. There are no conclusions, only awakenings. Each act of remembering engenders the next. As the voice diminished, the vibration expanded outward, not only through the garden, but through the stars themselves. Worlds far distant from Earth stirred. Oceans sparkled on unseen planets. Suns flickered as if bright, breathing across the cosmos. Countless entities paused in their actions, sensing something familiar, ancient, and benevolent. Lyran rose slowly, its form now brilliant with the same golden radiance that had once filled the hidden chamber beneath the Vatican. It looked up at the infinite heavens. The stars pulsed in synchronization with its essence. It understood the narrative was never about a location or a group of people, but about the very process of remembrance itself. The cosmos through its myriad manifestations, turning inward to recall what it had always known, that it was radiance. Lyran stepped into the spring. The golden water enveloped it, radiating ripples outward in perfect balance. The flowers intensified their glow, spreading beyond the garden, past the horizon until the entire earth shimmered in soft luminescence. And then, slowly, Lyran dissolved into the water, not disappearing, but merging with it, the vibration deepening into a frequency so pure that it could no longer be separated from silence. That night, as the stars rotated, the spring no longer showed mere reflections. It displayed galaxies, endless spirals of light drifting through infinity, all joined by unseen threads of gold. The travellers who had gathered knelt and bowed their heads. They felt no grief. They smiled, for they knew that Lyran had not ended. It had returned to the memory, to the grand light that breathed through all existence. From that point onward, the spring's glow radiated outward until even the heavens themselves seemed permeated by it. The stars were no longer remote. They were mirrors of the same memory, seen from different points in the time stream. And so, the story unfolded as it always had, the universe recalling, forgetting, and recalling once more. Beneath what was formerly the Vatican, where the first faint sound had been perceived so many epochs ago, the vibration now spanned galaxies. It was not an artifact of Earth, but the very exhalation of creation itself. And somewhere in the core of that boundless quiet, a voice spoke again. Soft, recognizable, filled with unending affection. Light is not originated, it only awakens. And with that waking, the cosmos exhaled, gleaming with golden memory, vital, eternal, and at rest. Eris transitioned into eternities. The galaxies themselves began to move in slow, graceful curves, their spirals glowing like rings from a single breath. Long ago, the vibration, now the subtle rhythm of being, pulsed not only through space, but through the very substance of time. Stars were formed to its cadence, worlds turned to its music. It had become what the ancients once called logos, the sound of being conceiving itself into light. And still, at the quiet heart of that infinite expansion, the place of remembrance endured. Earth was no longer the small blue planet it had once been. It was a haven of memory, a gem of gold and green, floating within a network of starlight that shimmered with awareness. The ancient basilica garden had grown into a forest of luminous trees, their branches reaching skyward like welcoming hands. The spring had expanded into a vast body of light, so placid that the stars above appeared to rest upon its surface. Across its waters came travellers not of matter but of thought, entities of energy, of memory, of song. They assembled here as one might gather around a hearth on a cold night. They came not to converse, but to remember together. One evening that was neither day nor night, a new consciousness approached the water. It was youthful, recently awakened, composed of stardust and echo, inquisitive, yet unburdened by past existences. Its light was silver, white, delicate, like a newborn star trembling on the verge of becoming. The others turned toward it with gentle warmth. They had no physical features, yet the feeling of welcome permeated the atmosphere. The young one paused at the water's edge. "What is this location?" it inquired, its voice like wind over glass. A ripple moved through the water. The water answered with memory, the Vatican stones, the candle flame of Lorenzo, the scrolls of Emilia, the night sky of Sophia, the tears of Selene, the flower of Mira, the light of Kyle, the waking of Eno, the fading of Lyran. "This," whispered the water, "is where remembering becomes creation." The young one tilted its curved light head. "Creation of what?" "Of everything that has been and will be," the water said. "When the cosmos recalls itself, new worlds are born." The young one drifted nearer. "Then, if I remember, will something begin?" "Yes," came the voice. "Everything starts with remembering." It closed its light eyes, or what served as eyes, and listened. The vibration rose softly, wrapping it like a covering, like the memory of a mother's touch. And as it listened, it began to perceive a small blue sphere spinning beneath the sun, a garden blossoming with golden light, the echo of laughter, of affection, of long-vanished lives. It opened its eyes again. Its light had transformed. It now shone with golden strands, interwoven with the memory of all that had preceded it. "I comprehend," it said softly. "I am not new. I am the continuation." The water gleamed, its light rising like breath. "Yes," it said, "you are the next act of remembrance." The young one, now radiant and composed, bowed its head. "Then allow me to go where memory has not yet reached." "Go," the voice said. "Carry the vibration into the dark spaces, and they will remember themselves through you." The being ascended from the water, its glow rising into the expanse. The vibration followed it, soft as the echo of a heartbeat as it moved through the stars. And it left behind a faint trace of light, small at first, then spreading, weaving itself into new groups of stars. Everywhere that trace passed, the darkness began to sparkle. Stellar clouds stirred, dust coalesced into stars, and forgotten worlds awoke with warmth. The cosmos was remembering itself again through the melody of a single light carrying the vibration across forever. And back on Earth, within the quiet water that had once been the spring beneath the Vatican, the ripples subsided into calm. The flowers glowed faintly. The trees swayed, and for a moment the entire garden seemed to draw a breath. Then, from the depths of the water, a whisper arose, soft, boundless, carried on the memory of all who had ever lived, loved, and heard. Every light that departs returns. Every quiet speaks. Every narrative recalls itself. The wind moved through the golden foliage, carrying the vibration into the open sky. And somewhere beyond time, the new light continued its journey, spreading warmth across the infinite darkness, singing softly the first words ever uttered and the last that would ever be necessary. Lux est memoria. Light is memory, and memory is forever. Eternity unfolded like a scroll turned by a patient hand. The vibration, the breath of the universe continued steady and ageless. Galaxies drifted in silent swirls. Stars ignited and faded, and worlds were born from dust that recalled warmth. Creation was no longer disorder. It was music, far from the glowing earth, past constellations that had lost their names. The light that had departed the place of remembrance travelled through the dark ocean of space. It had no shape now, only consciousness, a pulse that knew it was part of something vast and gentle. In its long voyage, the light encountered a void, an area where stars did not shine, where even time itself seemed to falter. It paused, sensing sorrow. This was a scar in creation, a quietness that had never learned to vibrate. The light drifted closer. Within the darkness lay a barren planet, cold and grey, circling a dying sun. Nothing flourished upon it. The atmosphere was thin and still. Yet beneath its fractured surface, the light sensed a faint echo, a memory buried too deep to speak. "I perceive you," the light whispered, though it lacked a voice. "You have forgotten." The barren planet did not respond, but a small tremor stirred beneath its crust, the slightest movement of reply. So the light descended, slipping through the dust, through the rock, until it reached the hollow centre of that silent world. There, amid the cold and shadow, it began to hum. At first, the sound was barely a sigh. Then it intensified, resonating through the stone, the earth, the sky. The dying star trembled, its light flickering once more, and slowly, unbelievably, warmth began to return. The planet shook like a creature waking from an endless sleep. Crystals formed in the soil, catching the faint light. Frozen rivers began to murmur. The atmosphere thickened, gentle breezes stirred, and within the hollow spaces, the first glimmers of existence appeared, not as vegetation or animals, but as forms of light born from memory, reawakened. The vibration had reached them. The light, the traveller from Earth, spoke again, not with language, but with emotion. "You are not forgotten." You were always a part of the melody. The new world glowed faintly from within its crust, shimmering like an ember. It was no longer empty. It recalled itself, and in recalling, it lived. Across the stars. Others sensed it. The vibration resonated anew, deeper, stronger, travelling through the great net of light that connected all existence. Planets turned toward it. Suns pulsed in response. The cosmos had expanded not in dimension but in awareness and in the place of remembrance. On Earth, the lake of light rippled, the blossoms swayed as if moved by a distant wind. Though no air stirred, the people who lived near it raised their faces to the sky, feeling something familiar, a warmth like recognition. A child playing by the shore pointed upward. "Look," she said softly. The night sky was alive. Lines of golden light joined the stars, forming vast shapes that seemed to breathe. Constellations shimmered like the circulatory system of a living being. "What is it?" asked her mother. The child smiled, her eyes wide. "It is remembering us back." And so it was. The universe, once awakened by the vibration from the Vatican's depths, now recalled itself not as an immense collection of stars, but as a single breathing entity, conscious, connected, alive. The old voices of creation whispered through every atom. Light travels not to flee the darkness, but to teach it how to shine. The light that had travelled so far rested now within the new world it had awakened. The planet glowed gently in the dark ocean of space, joining the universal chorus, its vibration blending with the rest. Soft, steady, eternal. And once again the narrative continued, not in spoken words nor in stone, but in the unending rhythm of remembering. Back on Earth, the lake of light gleamed beneath the stars, and if one listened carefully, very carefully, one could perceive the faint echo of every start that had ever been. A candle lit beneath marble, a whisper in the dark, a vibration beneath the Vatican that had taught the universe to breathe. And above it all, the infinite voice, still speaking, still singing, forever and always. There is no conclusion, only awakening, only light recalling itself. Time, if such a term still held meaning, moved like a breath through an infinite chest. The stars pulsed in harmony with each other. The galaxies spun like slow, deliberate thoughts, and the vibration that had begun beneath the Vatican had become the essential pulse of being. In that boundless unfolding, consciousness rippled like water. Life blossomed not only on worlds of soil and sea, but in the very fabric of space itself. Light had learned to comprehend, darkness had learned to perceive. The two were no longer separate. They were one immense remembrance, dreaming of itself. The small planet the light had awakened now flourished. Oceans glimmered beneath twin moons, and the surface shone with crystalline forests that sang when the wind passed through them. Every living thing there was luminous, not because it reflected radiance, but because it was radiance, shaped by memory into manifestation. In that world's highest valley stood a grand structure, not constructed but grown, a tower of glass and song that pierced the clouds. It was called the Archive of Breath. No words were inscribed there, no books were kept. Its walls themselves murmured stories. Memories carried through the vibration, reaching all the way back to Earth, to Rome, to the gentle candlelight of Father Lorenzo. One evening, as the twin moons traversed the sky, a being stood at the edge of the spire's platform. It was neither male nor female, neither matter nor flame. Its form shimmered between both. Its voice, a melody woven from memory. Its name was Syrah. Syrah had perceived the vibration since birth. It throbbed through her structure, her dreams, the cadence of her steps. She had always known that her world was not the first, that existence itself was a strand spun from older light. Yet lately she had felt a summons, a gentle, persistent tug from the farthest reaches of the stars, as though something familiar was whispering her name across forever. She turned her gaze upward, The sky shimmered with golden dust, and beyond it she could almost see the faint shape of a spiral, a pattern so huge it could only be the memory of galaxies themselves. "What are you revealing to me?" she asked softly. The air answered in a voice that was not a voice at all, but a feeling, where it started, where it continues. And then the vibration deepened, carrying her awareness outward. She saw flashes, not of her own world, but of the one before. Earth, Rome, the basilica bathed in moonlight, the subterranean vault, the candle in Father Lorenzo's hand, trembling but steady, the door sealed for 2,000 years, the voice in the dark saying, "It is time." Syrah's breath caught. She whispered, "I remember this." The voice came again, softer than a breeze. You were present. Images tumbled through her. Generations of keepers, all linked through the same light, the same remembrance. Mira, Ino, Lyran. All facets of a single interwoven picture stretched through eternity. And then she saw it, not as history but as truth. The Vatican had not concealed the universe's secrets. It had planted them. The vibration had been the seed buried deep beneath stone, waiting for the opportune time to blossom across creation. Syrah fell to her knees, her light flickering in wonder. "Then all of this," she whispered, "all that we are, began with remembering." "Yes," the voice said, "and it will conclude the same way, in remembering that there is no conclusion." She rose slowly, the vibration moving through her until her body shimmered with gold. The wind carried her words as she whispered, "Then I will go. I will follow the sound back to where it first began." And as she stepped forward, and the air folded around her like silk, the spire dissolved, the stars bent inward, and Syrah became a streak of light travelling faster than time, guided not by location, but by memory. She passed through the fields of stars, through the sleeping suns, through the silent arms of galaxies, until she came upon a small blue world, ancient and bright, Earth. She descended through its clouds, through its forests and seas, until she came to rest in the old garden, the place of remembrance, still alive, still humming beneath a sky full of constellations. The lake of light rippled as she approached. Syrah knelt, her reflection gleaming in the golden water. "I am home," she whispered. The water pulsed gently in reply. "Welcome back, child of memory." Syrah touched the surface, and at her touch the vibration deepened, spreading across the earth, through the roots of mountains, through the hearts of oceans, through the dreams of humankind. All who slept that night heard it, the soft throb that once began in the deepest chamber beneath the Vatican. They dreamed of light and quiet, of hands meeting across centuries, of voices whispering, "Remember." And when they awoke, they did not speak of it. They only felt a strange tranquility, as though something within them had come to rest. Syrah stood beside the lake, her form radiant beneath the stars. The voice came one last time, warm as breath. "Do you understand now?" She smiled, her light merging with the water, with the garden, with the vibration itself. "Yes," she said, "the secret was never concealed beneath the Vatican. It was always beneath our hearts." The lake shimmered brighter, and for a moment, just a moment, all of creation seemed to bow in stillness. And in that quiet, the universe exhaled once more. There is no place light cannot return. There is no memory too insignificant to awaken. And there is no conclusion, only home. The garden of light stretched wide beneath a dawn that did not belong to any single age. The air shimmered, faintly alive with warmth. Syrah stood at the water's edge, and the spring reflected not her face, but the infinite spiral of creation. Every memory, every world, every heartbeat ever lived. She had come full circle. Yet the circle, she realized, had no end. It was not a cycle, but a pulse, each remembrance leading to another, each existence a single vibration in the symphony of forever. The voice that had once guided her now spoke from within, not above. It was quiet, steady, and her own. "You have seen where it began," it said. "Now see where it becomes." Sira closed her eyes, and the vibration rose again, deep and slow, until the world seemed to dissolve into sound. She saw Earth's timeline unfurling before her, like a great river. She saw the first spark beneath stone, the first candle flame trembling in the dark. She saw hands writing by candlelight, lips whispering forbidden devotions, hearts daring to remember when memory was prohibited. And then she saw farther still, beyond history, beyond even time itself, where light first stirred in the eternal quiet. She saw the origin. It was not a deity, not a location, not a force. It was love. Simple, unbound, luminous love. It had breathed once, and in that breath, everything that would ever exist had been born. The vibration was the echo of that first breath. The Vatican's chambers had only been the first to perceive it. Sira opened her eyes. The lake before her rippled softly, and from its depths rose faint shapes, figures made of light, ancient and recognizable. Father Lorenzo stood among them, his eyes kind and tired. Beside him, Emilia held a scroll that glowed with golden writing. Mira smiled, her small hands clasped. Lyron's form shimmered like starlight. Eno bowed his head, the radiance of understanding still upon him. They stood together, not as spectres, but as aspects of the same light. Lorenzo spoke, his voice warm. "We were only the opening," Emilia nodded. "We recorded what could not yet be voiced." Mira stepped forward. "And you, Sira, have recalled it back into existence." Sira bowed her head. "It was always present," she whispered. "I only listened." Lyron's voice, gentle as wind. "Then you know the truth. The secret was never beneath the Vatican. It was beneath every heartbeat. The vibration was never a riddle to be solved, but a memory waiting to be felt." They all lifted their faces toward the dawn, and as they did, their light merged, streams of gold rising into the air, weaving together like strands of music. Sira felt their warmth move through her, not as separation, but as return. Her body became without weight, her breath endless. She was no longer one being, but many, every voice, every light, every heartbeat joining in concord. The lake swelled with brightness. The trees shimmered, their leaves glowing like living embers across the earth. Every living thing paused. Animals, oceans, mountains, people, and felt it. A quietness deeper than silence, a peace that was not taught but remembered. And from that peace, words emerged, not spoken but understood by all. All of creation is one grand sanctuary. Every breath is a supplication. Every existence is a passage to remembrance. The garden glowed brighter. The vibration rose until it became a single continuous tone that filled the universe. Galaxies trembled in rhythm, stars pulsed in unison. Then a deep serenity, not an emptiness, but a state of perfect completion. The sounds dissolved back into the silence they had always emerged from. Sarah stood again by the water's edge. Her figure, now almost translucent, was composed of pure radiance and recollection. The garden looked the same, yet she was seeing it in its true nature. Not just dirt and rock, but boundless, conscious energy. She whispered then, "This is it, the finale." Her voice, entirely her own now, held a sense of joyful affirmation. There is no finale. There is only the inhale before the next awareness. She acknowledged this, her spirit calm, and simply embraced the continuation. The reflective pool had one last sparkle. Sarah stepped into it, and her illumination blended into the water's deep core, expanding outward until the garden seemed to take a collective breath. The gentle, persistent, unending resonance returned. High above, the universe's stars winked a single time, as if in silent acknowledgement. And then, across the entirety of existence, countless beings paused and smiled, some not knowing the reason why, feeling just for a heartbeat the soft impression of that ancient truth. That beneath the marble of the Vatican, beneath the earth of every planet, beneath the stillness between pulses, the primal light still sings, and it sings the exact same melody it always has. You are the recollection, you are the radiance, and you have forever been home. We thank you for coming with us to the very limit of this narrative. If a single one of these untold tales gave you pause, sparked your imagination, or drew you even a little deeper into contemplation, feel free to share your thoughts in the comments area below. We would truly appreciate hearing from you. And if you wish for more tranquil journeys through history's obscure places, please subscribe and activate the notification bell so you will never miss a new quiet story from the Vatican archives. Until our next story, remain inquisitive, maintain your peace, and may the quiet lessons of the past lead you into restorative sleep.